in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, let me check where we are. Level 11, 3 experience points away. Alright, so we are working still on our level 12 level up grind. This is one that's going to be tough because we need both a strength point and a vitality point to show up. So a 1 in 16 chance. On top of it, it's a random level up for HP. So you have a lot of complex things going on here. We'll give this a go for a little while. See if we can get a good level up in a reasonable amount of time. And then do it again for level 13. Although it'll be much easier for level 13. 216, strength, intelligence, and luck. So that was an SIL right there. Shenmalao, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Hope you enjoy that shiny new orb. And thank you very much for all the support, Shenmalao. It is much appreciated there. We've also got Captain Vittles resubscribing on a hot streak there. Captain Vittles, thank you very much as well. And I hope you enjoy many more Not Dance in the future to come. E-Tier, thank you very much for that. It is definitely nice to have some good wishes, because if you have not seen the White Mage playthrough, there is a lot of level up manipulation required for it. It's be a roughly 1 hour level up tip, hopefully faster than that. I'll probably cut it off before that happens. 216 and ill. I'll cut it off early, but I will not take that. See, we're at 186 right now, so 216 seems like a pretty good HP roll. But I want to at least have a strength and a maximum HP up. I even more want to have strength plus vitality, because we're still in a range where a vitality point is more important than the 0 to 5 bonus points of strength that you get as part of the strong level up process. So we actually have a little bit of a complex issue with the White Mage, which is that they have more strong level ups that are getting in the way of some of these. 216 and still again. Alright, that one we've definitely had. So far, 216 still and 216 ill. Would I take strength plus vitality with a minimum HP up? Yes, I would definitely take it. Because again, vitality is more important than the size of the HP roll. By right now, I believe 5 extra points of hit points. Hey there, Killer Egg. 1 more month to go for your purple orb there. Very nice. I'll be thrilled also when people start getting those 3-year ones. I did enjoy trying to figure out how to get a bat into every single one of those orbs. It was not easy. Hey there, Rigging Steel. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. And Tearshell, welcome in as well. 213 and SAIVL. You know what? I think we will take the full Savile there, even if we're losing 3 or so hit points off of it, because that is a pretty good thing to see. Alright, level 12's done. So next up, level 13, I've got about 6,000 experience to go. Should probably throw away all these extra knives that I'm not using. And I'll free up some space. Dan's carrying capacity has been well tested by holding on to all that extra gear. Now though, now he is free and liberated, which will significantly speed him up. Hey there, Bad Road, and Tuba Goodness, welcome into both of you. Yeah, we got pretty lucky right there. 1 in 16 chance. Now we did put like probably 8 or 10 tries into that level up on the previous stream before this. But still, I think overall, I am ecstatic with how well that one went. We even got the extra agility point on top of it. That one only guaranteed I and Alan. We got the full Savile. I think it's like only our 3rd Savile level up. Those are very, very hard to get. Hey there, Beldushor. Situation: level up to survive Marsh Cave. Basically level up to be able to consistently run away from things. We actually got the crown in the last playthrough, but couldn't escape with it. So if we can get there, and we have enough running ability, I think that Marsh Cave and Astos are certainly well within reach of what we have right now. What I'm not sure, though, is whether I'd want to just take the current level up that I've got, level 13 coming, or go earlier. The reason to take what you got is because this one should be a much easier level up overall. It is a guaranteed strength point and a guaranteed vitality point, not a strong level up, so really just hoping to get an agility point or luck point on top. So that is pretty easy to say that there is going to be something acceptable within a couple of minutes of doing level 13. Alright, loaded up with stuff. Now, we've been mostly sticking with the ogre grind, which gives me 200 experience points per ogre. It's pretty decent, but I'm wondering if we could now successfully, you'll take the save here, successfully do Peninsula Power again. Last time we were at Peninsula Power, we were able to kill zombies, but it takes a long time to get a good encounter set up. And so I'm not sure if it was worth it, but now that we got like 6,000 XP that we need, it might be better in terms of the overall value there. TB Silvertown, thank you very much for assisting the Agma Research Society with our fine efforts. Much as I want the double ogres, I should save my ruse spells for Peninsula Power. Just want to grab like 1 or 2 good battles up here. Oh, all the ogres all the time. That's like the perfect part of the encounter cycle to walk out there. So clearly, there is some good ogre manipulations that we could be doing around these parts. Let me actually put the heal potion down so I can get full HP recovery. There we go. Probably want to go from the beginning of the encounter cycle so I can take out the zombies most likely. Let's see what we get here first. Triple zombie. This one's not likely to be successful because that troll being an annoyance. Yep, Dan did not make it. Didn't make it. Try again. Got our giants to try on as well. Every level up, when we get those strength points, does add a couple points of damage to us for those hammer blows. That adds up over time. And the additional hit points means that you can tank more of these things along the way. Now, I'm not certain if we're going to realistically take 4 giants out here. 2 giants was pretty tough before. Yep, didn't get our second ruse off. Alright, another zombie try. Another triple zombie. We're looking for smaller packs, to be honest. I think we got enough of on our plate that getting a trollless battle would be pretty good. Hey there, expensive foreigner. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as we get back into our solo White Mage challenge. Alright, 1 hit, that's not terrible. Got our 2 ruses up. Let's go ahead, start hammering, see how much we do here. What happened before is that we found that the accuracy score was not very good. And so the problem that we saw was that, yeah, Dan's doing okay-ish damage when connecting, but was too slow taking the giants out. And that's probably not going to get much better. Only a 1% improvement for accuracy per level up. But a couple levels later, you see that the hammer is doing at least in the teens for the damage ranges. So that is significantly better than before. Was Dan our first choice? No. Dan was our last choice, which is why we put him into the back of the party. Sadly, everybody else foolishly decided to not cast Ruse during the imp fight, and as a consequence, perished. Alright, I'm still seeing this being way too inaccurate with that hammer. Giants only have a 1% chance of critically us, but we're moving too slowly on damage to, I think, have a great shot there without using up all of our resources. So we should go back to Zombles and see if we can get a good pack of those. Which, if you were doing a normal speedrun, 3 Zombles and a Troll would be a phenomenal one to have gotten like 4 times in a row. But not what we want here. 2 Zombles, more our speed. This will be half of our level up right in one go. Have 2 Harm 2s to work with. I'm going to try to do 2 fights here, so I would like to not use up all of my resources in this first battle. When does Dan get a hammer upgrade? Well, we have to beat Astos. Then he can upgrade his hammer. Alright, I'm going to have to do another Harm 2. That means we only have 1 Harm 2 left. We want to do another Zomble fight. That's dodgy. Could throw a Harm 1 on there as well, but really doesn't leave me much to work with. So I might just say we're going to take this and head back. Actually, I could have 2 Harm 1s. Harm 2 and 2 Harm 1s is probably okay. There we go, 2100, so we have 3500 left to go. Save up and do it again. Should you trust Dan leading the Dragoon Squad? Definitely. If there's anybody more trustworthy than Dan, then Dan probably doesn't know how to spell their name. We level up Dan to maximum? Yes. Will we class change? No. We will not be class changing. If we class change, it would be a very much easier challenge overall, because you'd be able to get the Cure 4 spell and the Fade spell, both of which would be phenomenally effective in the late game. Imagine that Cure 4 healing 800 some hit points. You'd be basically able to tank whatever you wanted, except for maybe Chaos getting around to Cure 4 himself a couple times. That would be like the only thing I can imagine really causing you an issue at that point. How many countries is Dan banned from? Yes. And the Joker, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And hope you're ready to enjoy watching Dan hammer these bulls, because he's probably going to do it for a while. Yeah, Brat could be a pretty viable strat if you were able to basically just turtle up and sit through Chaos for 40 rounds, because then you could have, well, you'd Bane Sword, because you wouldn't have the Brack spell, but Bane Sword, it's the same thing at the end of the day. If you have an immunity to it, doesn't matter what powerful spell it is, what the accuracy level is, it's going to be 3 and 256. And so, 40 turns, that is within like 2 attempts or so. You should have Chaos down. It's probably better than what we're going to fight him with using the Mazmune. Or the Cure 3s, which probably only let's get about 10 or so turns if we want the Bane Sword strats. Henry just walk back to town? Well, I could just use a tent, so not very dangerous at all. Is Dan gonna be able to beat Warmech in this challenge run? Warmech in this run would just be doing the Bane strats, and I don't consider that particularly interesting. So we didn't bother doing that with the Black Mage. Instead we class changed and did it with nukes. You can do the same thing with Fade. I don't think it's going to be majorly different between Black Mage and White Mage, to be honest, for the War Mech approach on there. Especially with White Wizard having Cure 4. If you class change, you've got the tools that you need to be able to take War Mech down. And if you don't class change, really, it's best case the Bane Sword, and anybody could do that. Only a matter of persistence at that point. Wolves are tempting, but I will pass. And we saw earlier that there was a couple of run failures on that trip back, so clearly our run percentages could be getting even better here. Okay, 1,400 experience to go, so that is about 7 ogres. That should not take very long to pick up here. We'll do a couple ogre loops overall. So I don't remember where we are in the encounter cycle. We'll reset, get that fixed up. Pass on the Kaizakus. So I could take the Geist if we get lucky on him. Find out. Nope. Not fast enough to get back down there. Too indecisive. More Kaizakus. This is just some miscellaneous things we don't want to fight. There is an ogre fight you could do, but it's a long walk away from here. It would require tinting up a couple times. Now though, now we can get 3 ogre battles in a row. Let's see how these go. Yes, 2 right from the start. I feel like War Mech would be a bit easier than solo Black Mage. It would be a bit easier because you could get probably 1 additional hit thanks to the White Mage's higher HP totals. Other than that, White Mage and Black Mage really don't have a difference in terms of the War Mech fight because their best weapon's going to be the Black Shirt. They're just going to hit there for like 30 damage for a huge number of turns, hoping that he does mostly physicals that you can defense sword around. And I don't think the Cure 3s really buy you much, but potentially that could also get you a couple extra turns in there. So I think that either way you go, it's probably better to just Bane Sword him. You can sit around for like 33 turns of Thor Hammers, then you imagine that's 30 turns of Black Shirts or something like that. Probably Bane Sword is your better choice, because you can split the Bane Sword up among many trips, whereas the Thor Hammer or Black Shirt has to be done in one go. And yeah, for Marsh Cave strategies, what I'm planning to do is get this level up. That'll be level 13. Try Marsh Cave again. We're still not going to be as good as we could be on running. Level 15 would be better for that. But I don't know if I want to go for another 2 levels before doing Marsh Cave again, because I feel like we are reasonably close to being able to do that place. Hey there, Bad Actor. Hope you had a fun time there in Chicago, and hope you're ready to enjoy some of our solo White Mage challenge here tonight. Alright, there's our first 2 ogres down. We got 5 more to go. Three more to go after this. Ogres, Grogers, and Wiz Ogres, but no Zombogres. Yeah, there's a couple that they could have done. There's no Frogers. There's no Rogers. Like, just missing opportunities. Get on it, Square. So many new monster varieties. No Mecha Ogres, no Nacho Ogres. I'd say no Agamog Ogres, but there are. There are. They just don't appear in this game. Do you like any of the other Final Fantasy 1s? If you'd like to see me playing all the other Final Fantasy 1s, you can check my channel page, VZ Vegeta, for whatever version you would like to see. I will have a playthrough on all of them. It's still more than a level up an hour. This one, really the slowdown archaic noise is about how picky you want to be on the level up stats. If you just went full out leveling, we'd probably be already in like the 20s by now, because we can do Peninsula Power. We can do basically non-stop ogres if we wanted to. And easily, like in like a 10-hour period, you could get very much, not into the high 20s, at least in the mid 20s. The problem that we have, though, is that we do care about our stats. And that's because the level cap in this game is pretty low. We will not be able to max out the White Mage's HP, even with the level cap maxed out on every single vitality point we can get. We have a big issue with our strength score. Like, there's a bunch of things that happen here that make it so you need to have, like, these absolutely perfectly crafted levels. And even then, it's really hard. But an ogre. What about an ogre man, a cat ogre, an ogre cat, an ogre man? And then we can think about the ogre. You need to have the right breeding to begin that sequence. You can't just start with ogre expensive order. That's going too far. Alright, so if we are one ogre away, well, actually slightly more than one ogre away, which is what I want to have here so that we can get the level up itself on imps, which are a much faster fight than doing something like this. I'm trying to think if I want to take another ogre here, or grab some sea battles along the way. And it's going to come down to what our exact value is, because if we can't take a shark encounter, then probably the ogre is the better choice. Alright, 5 ogres down, 2 ogres to go. Well, 2 ogres and a very small amount of change. I think we will need 230 XP at the end of this. And so Shark's 267, which means we wouldn't be able to take him. So I do want to get one more ogre probably before heading out. Here we go. The Ogre Patrol has been dealt with. Let's see our exact value. It is 225. Alright, I was 5 XP off. 225 also cannot be accommodating for a shark battle here. That'd be 3 Kaizakus. Guess we'll see what we have along the way. Maybe we will get a good Kaizaku fight here. Nope, 4 too many. Just too many Kaizaku for their own good. 60 pop. So you'd only be able to take 3 and be able to fit that in there. So hags we're not going to bother with. And let's see, do we have a good Kaizaku fight here? I'll actually save at the end so that we can do it from this end, instead of having to go all the way back to provoke another time. Shinobi, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more such adventures of Dan and Agama Company in the future to come. Thanks again. Did anybody here have a Wonder Swan? Wonder Swan never had a US release. It was only in Japan and to some extent in neighboring markets like Korea. But essentially Japanese exclusive. There wasn't any real effort into localization of games for the Wonder Swan. They never made official consoles for any other region in the world. It was something that started out as really a competitive project to try and overthrow Nintendo. And when Gunpei Yokoi died, it was basically the end of that work, because that was like the person that was really the dominant figure in hardware design after having designed the Game Boy, going over a competitor, making basically a Game Boy clone. They didn't have anybody else that could really step up and do that same level of design expertise. Also, Fan the Wolfman, thank you very much as well for resubscribing there. Glad that you are back, and hope you enjoy many more Kaizakus and imps being patted upon the head, because we definitely have a lot of that for you. Alright, so that should put me very close now. Yeah, 45, so we can take an imp fight here. We're looking for, ideally, a 5 imp encounter. I'll take that. It is a good offer, expensive foreigner, but I do have my own Wonder Swan. Probably 2. I think I might have 2. They're actually reasonably cheap to get, unless you want to get one of the Swan Crystals. There's 3 types of Wonder Swans. There is the original Wonder Swan, which I wouldn't really recommend. The black and white one was the launch model, basically the same as the black and white Game Boy in terms of visual quality. Although the games are more powerful and the system does have better graphics, it's still very much a rough first impression. Then they made the Wonder Swan color. The Wonder Swan color is what basically the platform was targeted on for most of the games in the system. So most games require the color system to be compatible with it. And then they made the Wonder Swan Crystal, which was basically a much improved screen, although otherwise identical to the Wonder Swan color. So even though there are games marked as for the Wonder Swan Crystal, I believe the Wonder Swan color plays them all. Alright, level 13, SI and V. Guaranteed. We would like, of course, the full Savile, but I would take an SAIV as probably good enough to move on. And I would say within not very much time, let's say 10 minutes, if I don't have an SAIV, I'd also take an SIVL as a backup. You want agility over luck, because agility does everything that luck does basically, plus you also get the benefit of having an improved chance of dodging. So, luck just for your first strike rate, agility, first strike rate, and dodging benefits to it. So that's nice to have. If you have enough agility points, then you only need 2 ruses on any monster to max out your dodge, which is very handy for requiring a triple ruse, just for efficiency during some of the trickier boss fights in Temple of Fiends. Sure, it's useful elsewhere, but those are the ones you really notice it on. And here we go, first try. First try, level 13, SIV, nope, minimum. We got the minimum allowed by law. Also looks like 219 hit points, so that's plus 6 from the previous level. We lost 3 hit points in the previous level getting the Vitality point, but that's 100% worth the trade-off. Vitality point is worth, in the long run, right now, like 5.5 hit points. There will come a time where you wouldn't make that trade. You'd want to have the maximum HP roll. I mean, you'd want to have both. But if you had to make a sacrifice between the two, you take the HP roll over the Vitality point, but that is not for another many levels. Second try, definitely. That first one was just a setup to manipulate this encounter to be better. Alright, let's go 1, 2. See if we get something different this time around for the delay I put in there. Delay will move the RNG forward, so you'll get different variations of the fight. 219 and SAY still. I mean, there's a 9 in 16 chance that you get no additional points. You'll definitely see that slightly more than 50% of the time. 1 in 16 chance that you will get both points. And the one we care about, SAIV, would be a 1 in 4 chance of showing up. Just an SIV level? Yes, bad road. You basically are going to have usually a pattern where there's like 1 or 2 good levels, and then a bad level, 1 or 2 good levels, and then a bad level, and so on. We just had a bad level. Level 12 was a really tough one. Level 14 is going to be a tough one as well. Alright, SIV again. Keep trying there. Hey there, Joey Gecko. Welcome in. We do indeed have our solo White Mage playthrough going on right now. Trying to get some really good White Mage level ups so that we can take on the Marsh Cave here. Right now, looking for at least an agility point to show up. Where are we in the storyline? Right before Marsh Cave. I'm waiting to have my levels done, basically to do Marsh Cave and Astos in one go. One very, very long go. Alright, so that's 4 imps with a slight delay. Let's see what we get for our stat ups there. Give me 219 health and SIV again. Now 4 in a row without any additional points. That is definitely below average luck there. Only a 1 in 16 chance or so of that happening. Which, coincidentally, is exactly the chance that I need for a full Savile, so I demand that happens next. One, 2, 3. And this time we get, of course, our 219 and SIV again. 5 in a row. Now we're going right-hand side imps. Clearly the left-hand imps do not know what they're talking about. We haven't seen a 4 imp strike first before. I know I can hold this one down all the way and get something, ideally, that we have not seen yet in the random number table. And what we get is SIV. Maybe just all the imps are bad. Maybe we have defective imps. There could have been a bad shipment of them coming up from Provoca. Bicky might have dropped the entire palette of imps, ruined them all. Hey there, Sniper Bano, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad you've been enjoying the show all this time, and hope you enjoy. In 6 months, yet another shiny new orb. Halfway to the 3rd year one. Alright, 6 in a row. That's 6 or 7. It's a lot in a row. At this point, I'm beginning to believe that Dan might in fact be haunted. I cannot rule out the possibility that we do need to perform an exorcism on him. Giving a lot of these delays that we are getting different RNG values for most of the fights. Or at least hopefully different values. Let's see what we get this time, Dan. Miss, alright. We have seen misses before. Doesn't really tell us where we are in the encounter or the RNG table because there's a lot of places where Dan's gonna miss. That is S-I-V again. At some point you have to wonder, is there a conspiracy against white mages here? The imps from Melmond have followed you back to Canaria. That is certainly something to complain about, Bad Road. I believe the Melmond imp population, known for its inferior design and styling. Plus they got really terrible customer service. Just like the Melmond Tourism Board complaint department. And we'll go like that. Getting slightly longer with the delays now. And we see for this one. Coming up. Hey there, Chinook. S-I-V again. Are we doing 1 in 1,000 yet? I think we might be at 1 in 1,000 for the Implux so far. Yeah, we mostly do Zombles. The Giants are very hard to hit for Dan, so that's the big problem with taking those guys out. You just have to spend a lot of time healing up the critical hits in between. And I don't think it's worth it. Zombles, on the other hand, you can harm to them. They go down reasonably well for the bulk of our level up points. Getting much better at free enterprise. Nice one, Roger. Glad that you've been enjoying doing that. Alright, next up we have 219 and S-I-V again. I would blame Dan, but Dan has already been blamed for this. I'm going to double blame Dan then. Double blame him. Hey there, Blaze 101. Do I do Final Fantasy 1 randomizer? Yes. I do a lot of Final Fantasy 1 randomizer, which we are currently in between seasons of right now. But we'll be back later this month, most likely, with Season 5 of Fantasy Final Fantasy. And you will see many a randomization when we do. Hey there, Retroprocity, welcome in. You're just in time to watch Dan get this glorious S-I-V level up. How is he able to do that? How is he able to do that so consistently? What's your level up grind after the Zomble? Well, Zombles are pretty good. Like, I would say they're very much grindable up through, like, maybe like level 20 or so. But if you want to get better, then, I mean, at that point, you're going to have Harm 3. You're going to have Mage Staff and other good tools. You should be able to do Mirage Tower. You got the guards, which are slightly dangerous because of the stun touch, which is not true for the non-solo challenges. You got the vampires, who are flammable, and you got the chimeras, who are afraid of cold weather. So there is a lot of elemental weaknesses going around that place. JD's 1469, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show all this time, and welcome back to your shiny new orb there. Thanks again, JD's. Hey there, Retro Dude. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. Hey there, Numina. Are we still at the first town? No, we're getting our level up for ideally completing Marsh Cave after this. Been waiting to get these level ups so that we have a better chance of running from the monsters. And this is S-A-I-V. Alright, it may not be a full Savile, but I'm taking it. We got our agility point. That is what we were there for. Let's go ahead. Save up and head back to the Marsh Cave, give that place another try. Big thing is going to be to see, first of all, well, you have to survive the wizard, so basically you need a 2-wizard fight. But then you need to hang out in the Marsh Cave for a lot of battles, and we're going to have to run away from those battles before dying each time. It is going to be tense and requiring quite a lot of clenching to get through that place. I will definitely need at least one house for later. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to buy with my cash right now. It's like A fire, A lit, A ice. Could be usable at some point, but probably not all that critical right now. So maybe 2 houses will be just exactly what we need. Max out on heal potions again, and looking good. Very tactical game. It is pretty challenging with some of the more obscure party combinations to figure out how to win. But every single character class, even the thief, is possible to beat the game with. Ender314, welcome in. I am indeed doing my regular weekend streaming here. I hope you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Clearly, running is better. Like, running is actually not dependent on the monsters you're fighting. It is totally dependent on your level. And if I can run from all of these monsters consistently, I'll be able to run from all the things in the Marsh Cave as well, consistently as well. Be even better at level 15, that's about where it caps out. But we're doing pretty good with what we got here. Hey there, Greffrey, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. Ready to enjoy some Final Fantasy Solo White Mage Challenge. When it's impossible to head to Melmon, well, we have to beat Astos. If we beat Astos, then a lot more of the game opens up. So that's why this is a pretty big roadblock here. You gotta get past Wizards and Astos to move on. Alright, so we have that fight at the beginning. I think we just go for the slip past the ghouls, and if we don't get it, we can keep going with the current encounter cycle. I just know that this is going to lead to a whole lot of battles afterwards on 3rd floor for us to deal with. That's my biggest worry, is getting stuck in those packs for a while. Pick up anything besides the crown. Now, there's nothing else that is useful here. We don't really need money. We don't need any of the gear here. Till you've got the magic key, you can't get the silver bracelet out of this place. So there's nothing to actually find on this trip down besides the crown itself. Astor seems rough at 12. I think he won't be that bad. I mean, we're level 13 right now, and we've already been able to get the crown once. We just couldn't escape. So it's a matter of having those run successes happen more reliably to be able to take this out. Well, that and getting good wizards. If we don't get good wizards, then we can't do it. Want to fight Astos for the rest of the stream? It probably won't be more than 30 minutes. I bet Astos will be 30 minutes for the fight. We don't need that. Don't need that. I worry more about the Marsh Cave, to be honest. This seems like the bigger challenge in the picture. Well, I'm sure that Astos will be delightful in his own special way. Alright, here we go. Will we survive the wizards? Triple, that's not good for us. Didn't get the turn order, that's also not good for us. Hey there, Candace Jane, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. Ready to watch the Wizard Beatdown commence. Should probably throw up the third ruse for safety. I don't know if these guys can hit on a double ruse. I don't think they can, but I prefer not to find out. Okay, Dishane, thank you very much for those bits. We'll put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond. It'll be both a relief and a disaster when we finally get there. Thanks again for those. Damn, and that accuracy problem. He's also got a drinking problem, but the accuracy problem is the bigger one that we are facing right now. Ooh, so painful. All right, we got 28 damage on one of the wizards. But now it is going to be tougher to get through here without taking a whole bunch of turns off to heal. And I don't want that because it's just more chance for the wizards to critical you. 46. Still 46. Still 46. When I trust Dan with summoning magic, I don't trust Dan with spoons. $63. Still 63. Still 63. Still 63. $73. Should be one hit more on that top wizard. One hit, just to clarify. Not one swing, but one hit. Hey there, Art of the Troll, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here. And ready to relax and enjoy watching Dan miss wizards for at least a solid 30 minutes. One day Dan will make contact. When that day is, I don't know. I don't know, but it will eventually happen. No, that's not good. That is not good. It proves we aren't in an RNG loop, but at the same time, it's not what I want to see. Wow, we did not have this much of a problem with the two wizard fight the first time we went in. And the three wizards, in theory, they're not going to be harder to hit than the two wizards are. Dan is just getting immensely unlucky. Could Dan be worse at hitting wizards? I don't think so. I think physically this is as bad as hitting wizards gets. I mean, really, it's been at least 25 turns since our last noticeable hit on this guy. We had him basically on the ropes, like at least 6 or 7 minutes ago. My Dan is broken. Does anybody have a replacement? If you know of a Dan that can be for sale, let me know where I can find one. Alright, I probably need to drink for a while. Dan also needs to drink for a while, as you can tell. We're gonna try to get his HP up before we get critical again. Nope, didn't do it. Well, that was pretty horrifically bad. Try again. I mean, we had another solid hour of wizards at that rate. The 2 wizard fight we did the first time through, it was probably like maybe 2 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes tops. I don't know what happened in that one. That was Dan being Dan to some degree which we have not yet seen. Hey there, Archangel Sax. Welcome in, and hope you're ready to enjoy some Dan futility, because he's evidently pretty good at it. Right, pure potion's not the problem. Running away is the problem. Well, running away and hitting things definitely are the problems. I wasn't anticipating accuracy to be so dire in that fight. I don't know if Dan was just getting... I have no words for Dan. There are no words to describe what he was doing there. Alright, these can't runs are getting concerning. I was expecting them to be a little bit less common, and when we were on the overworld, we were not getting any can't runs. But as you can see, if we got this against scorpions, we would not be surviving that. So that is very, very concerning, getting a double can't run. Go ahead, burn this one off. Be back to the same point in the encounter cycle as we were before. We'll get our heal potions drop down. Let's see if we at least get a better wizard fight this time. Well, we have 2. That's already better. Already immensely better. I was ready for Dan to be Dan. I wasn't ready for that. Let's see if I'm ready for this. We're gonna try the wizard battle again. Let's see if Dan is up to the challenge. 10 damage. Still 10. $22. 34. 42. Still 42. Still 42. I feel like he's just getting tired. He gets a couple good swings and then his hammering muscles give out. Up to 43. Still 43. Still 43 once again. Started out strong. Became indescribably Dan. Still 43. Can Dan equip the broadsword for the last time? Yes. Will he equip the broadsword? No, he chooses not to. $51. $62. Can you get a 7 wizard encounter? Not until the ice cave. 82. Is that right? I feel like we haven't done that much. I feel like we need a little bit more damage to go. There we go. 1 wizard down. 12. Still 12. 26. 44. 50. We could avoid the wizard counter in the ice cave, but we also are going to have the Zeus Gauntlet when we go over there. So it won't be anywhere near this bad. You can get it on the first trip in, then you should be good. 63. 73. 73. 85, alright. Wizards have been defeated. That's actually the easy part. That's one we did before a couple levels ago. Now we need to escape. And the problem with escaping is that there is a whole bunch of paralyzing fights coming up, and we have to hang out until those are passed, which means dodging this stuff. Stan now has to get a run, and he does. Alright, perfect poisonous party mix. That is a sign of greatness. You can tell that clearly this run has been blessed by the cave. Do not unclench. I think some of you may be unclenching, and that is incorrect. You must remain clenched until this cave is done. Not a good can't run. Basically, the poison party mixes are our bone crawls upstairs. Scum here coming up next is going to be the ghoul fight upstairs. And then you have a little bit of space, but if you went right away, I think that would be bad because there is a bone crawl fight on the top floor you'd have to deal with. So I don't see a good way going through there. Wow, it's so far away. Do I have to take a zombie ghoul fight? I don't like any of these options. Okay. Wow, that is really far in the future. I thought we were close. We are not close to our upcoming one here. Probably my mistake is going in this early in the encounter cycle. It's like Zombie Ghoul probably has a pretty decent chance of getting us. These guys also have a pretty decent chance of getting Dan. Come on, Dan, get out of there. Looks like our heal potion count is actually a concern, so I'm gonna get some of the easier fights rather than taking gargoyles. This should be scums instead. Do the out-of-bounds or inbounds bats give any indication of run success? If you see an inbounds bat, you know that your life is going to be 50% less good than if it was out of bounds. It is so far to the next opportunity to get out of here. So basically I took the earliest time you could come down, which I think you could maybe delay that by a little bit. You know, risk a crawl fight on the way in perhaps, because that's a much cheaper reset if you need to do it. But oh boy, is it tough to get out. Especially if you don't know how long you have in terms of steps for getting to the next encounter. This scum strategy is working out pretty good. I'm liking the scum fights. These guys do not do a lot of damage. So this is better than the gargoyle fights by a lot. Again, the pure potion's not really any concern about running out of those. You only use up one per fight at most. Muck fights are actually kind of concerning. Ghoul versus Crawl versus Muck. Muck is clearly the best choice of those options. What really scares me coming up is 2 battles to the next Scorpion fight. Scorpions are definitely on the not very good list. And sadly, it's Scorpion here and upstairs as well, so no easy way around it. Oh no! Oh no. We were ambushed by the Scorpions. Come on, Dan, get a fast run. Good job, Dan. Good job. Okay, still in it. We are still in it. Why do I take these routes to the Marsh Cave? Who would think that this would be a good idea? To make it through a wizard battle and then have this many hours of clenching to get back out. Clearly Dan was the one behind this. There's another Scorpion fight coming up. Why does it always have to be Scorpions? No, not this one, but the one after it. Alright, here we go. Possibly the last scorpion battle. It's gotta be over soon. Okay. That went fine. That went fine. Got our mucks. Dan is running amok down here. Three more scums. I think I see coming soon. Our exit. Soon. Pinned in by that. We are pinned in. We are under heavy bat fire right now. What are we avoiding? We are avoiding all of the crawl and ghoul battles. That was it. Now, let's get out of here. Yes, poisonous party mix and scum from here. Well, maybe some muck. Scum and muck and shadow, but those are fine. Those are all fine. This is all fine. And this is how you do the Marsh Cave. We have obtained the crown. Can you unclench? Yes, I think it's okay to unclench. It's okay to unclench for now. But you will be clenched up again when we go to fight Astos. I assure you, we are just beginning this struggle. Rest your clenching muscles for the next 5 minutes, because you will need them when we get into the Astos battle. Alright, I do have my mute spell already. I'm gonna go ahead and try and get the Ogre Cache here because we need to replenish our heal potions. So I didn't think would be that big of a deal, but clearly it is. And since Astos is only like 2,500 experience, I think we should be fine still for being able to kill him without having to get another level up forced. Pretty sure he's only 2,500. Let's go ahead and check. $22.50, yeah, we're good. Looks like we are good. We also looks like we got a green leaf effect in the house. Green leaf, thank you very much for that. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more such adventures in the future to come. We have the world's most inept hammering salesman demonstrating his poor product placement on ogres worldwide. I have to take out ogre first rather than Groger. Just doing too little damage. We saw this last time I tried to do a Groger, which is you're basically hitting the bottom of the damage range. Which is surprising, because Ogre is actually pretty well damage broken by this point. But it's like, I want to say like 15 difference on their defense scores. It's actually significant enough to really notice it in this situation, because it's going to take you another couple levels to get the Groger comfortably down. Maybe more for Dan, who, as we found out, is possibly the world's least accurate White Mage. It's like, I'm pretty sure until we went to the Marsh Cave, he was not having this problem. There might have been some fights where he had a miss or two in them, but not anything like this. He may have bent his hammer in that wizard battle, and it has never recovered since. Alright, there we go. We got regular Ogre down. Now, it's time to go into Groger time. And wow, Reg asks, should you name your next Agama Should definitely name all of your Agamas after those that are special to you. But especially the Agamas that you love. There we go. Now we're getting some better damage in here. Now we stopped getting the better damage, but it was okay for a little while. Even 2 swings got us a lot of progress on that Groger. Now we at least have faith that we may one day regain that lofty pinnacle of double-digit damage rolls. Silver Hammer at Crescent. Get Silver Hammer at the Elf Castle once you got the Mystic Key. So I don't need to bother buying that. But that's it. That Silver Hammer represents the pinnacle of our White Mage career. Technically the Mage Staff, or not the Fire Staff, Power Staff will be slightly more effective because it's got a higher critical hit rate. But Silver Hammer's got your best accuracy at, I think, +5. Oh yeah, if we had the randomizer on, it'd be so much easier doing stuff like this, because you'd be at least relatively certain of getting some better gear earlier. Whether it's AoE items, which really opened this game up quite a lot, or of course that Masmune being in a good spot. But no, we will have a long, long road ahead of us, involving many, many poundings. Sometimes of Dan, sometimes of the monsters. But mostly of Dan. Alright, 56 heals. I can't actually max out my heal potions, which is a little bit concerning. I don't know if I need 99 heals for Astos, to be honest. But it'd be nice to have them. Now I regret buying those houses. I regret it. Not even slightly. At a minimum, we'll have something like 800 healing here, which would be enough to probably come back from a dozen or so critical hits. I feel like Astos doesn't have really that much of a critical hit rate, so question of how many hours is the fight going to be? Hey there, Shay Wolf, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to watch my fingers fall off as we go and fight the Dark Elf Prince. I mean, seriously, I'm going to be down to toes by the time that we finish this up. It is going to be an intense battle. One more, and done. All right, as many heal potions as I can get. Probably around 80 or so there. We got our Cure 2s. We got one of our Cure spells are left over after our ruses are done. So I think it's 3. And we have a Dream. We also have plenty of room in our XP table, so let's go ahead and head on up there. What level are we? We are level 13 right now. We got 2 levels. That was enough to do the Marsh Cave. Should be enough to do Ashes, because I don't think getting more strength points really makes a difference on this fight. Could make a difference on the accuracy points. 1% better accuracy for every level that we do, but that's going to be such a slow process. Dan had a dream. His dream is now dead. His dream is on the roadside behind us, in the ditch, on fire, still smoking. But maybe he will forge a new dream up here at Astos' castle. Let's go ahead. Get out of this Ogre Creep fight and then get in there for our first try on Astos. Oh, that hurts. That sucks a lot. Just lost a whole bunch of heal potions right there. I think we'll be fine. We'll have 87 heal potions to do this with. Let us head in. Astos fight, try number 1. First thing we need, land mute. Didn't get it. Second try. Got it. Time to ruse. All rused up and ready to go. So, Astos has a lot of hit points. We are going to be doing 0 or 1 damage per round. If we get lucky, we will do 2 damage on critical hits. Let's do this. Two. 3. 4. 'Oh boy. Yeah, if you've got perhaps some novels to catch up on, if you need to build any houses, this would be the time to perhaps go do that. Well, we got 5 damage on him. Do it, you can come back. And there will be plenty more Astos when you return. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 'Great idea, Max Frost. What you should do is make another pie. Make pie for everybody. And then when you're done with that, we might be at halfway. 12. When does the White Mage get 2 hits? Level 28. 14 damage. 15. I will give Astos credit for this. He is persistent. I will give Dan credit for this. He is extremely, extremely stupid. As there's a 1/4% a chance of doing damage, we don't know how it would line up between him deciding to do physical attacks and the critical hits. So he could have anywhere between a, I guess, well, 0% chance. Let's say every single time that a critical would come up, it would be a round that he'd be picking to do a magic spell on. Or it could be higher than a 1/4%. It could be as high as a 1% chance of a critical. But both of those seem unlikely. Yep, Simon, this guy has a lot of HP. Now, one day we might actually get a critical on this, and that would potentially save us as many as 5 or 10 rounds, which certainly improves the experience quite a lot. This is the same strategy as the 4 White Mage playthrough has, except the 4 White Mages, you have a much higher damage output because you're doing 4 attacks per round to every one of his, just watching through fewer animations in total. How far do you have to level a thief to get past this guy? Probably about level 34 or so E tier. Somewhere in the mid-30s, I would say. Does mute wear off? Nope. All buffs and debuffs in the original Final Fantasy will last for the entire battle. So once he's muted, that's it for him. He cannot cast spells ever again. And he's got a very low chance of doing criticals, so we have a lot of healing on top of that. And so I feel like it is just a matter of not dying prior to the end of this battle. I mean, like, physically. Like, you will die at some point just from your hands being so wrapped around the controller. Hey, but Reynolds. White Mage is the hardest. White Mage is probably the second hardest. Thief is the hardest. Thief is going to be way worse than this, which is why I'm not really looking to do a Thief playthrough. But I have done Solo Fighter, Solo Black Belt, Solo Red Mage, and Solo Black Mage prior to this. So Solo White Mage is number 5 of the 6 character classes to do. Is all critical damage doubled. So the way criticals work is that you roll your damage roll twice, you add those together, and you subtract the enemy's defense off once, so it's not quite the same as doubling. And the reason that's significant is Astor's got a lot of defense. So let's say he's got, I don't know, 30 defense and you're doing 20 damage. And you can only do a minimum of 1, so 20 minus 30 is negative 10, rounds up to 1. But if you double that, 20 plus 20 minus 30 is 10, and so rather than going from 1 to 2 like you might expect, to go from 1 to 10. It's roughly the ranges that we're talking about here for the damage rolls. Thieves would have scimitars or sabers. Scimitar gets you better accuracy, and saber gets you better damage. Saber is basically a rapier with more base attack power, and scimitar is like a short sword with less attack power. Thief I would not recommend. Mostly because you spend probably like 50 hours just grinding ogres to be able to try this fight. And then it just gets worse from here. Like, there might be a short vacation after Astos until you start doing the other fiends, but wow. It gets bad at the end as well. Hey there, Bozo Cup, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here as we pound Astos right into the ground. Anybody kept count? I think we got at least 3 hits in. I'm pretty sure we have at least 3 hits already. Hey there, Vicarian, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here as well, and ready to enjoy the Astos Extravaganza. How soon can we do ordeals? We have to complete the Mystic Key quest, which is mostly just sailing around. We have to beat Lich, pick up the canoe from Crescent Lake, and then we can go to ordeals at that point. So Lich is the big obstacle along the way. But you'll have Harm 3 for the Earth Cave, so it does give you a bit of an upgrade. Going over, you also have the Silver Bracelet, so you'll take a little bit less damage than you have up to this point. Hey there, Glassjaw. Hope you're having a wonderful and well-fed weekend here, as Dan nibbles on the Astos leftovers. Easily more than 1% away into this fight. So, red thing in front of his torso, a tongue? I believe so. I think he's sticking his tongue out. He's got really weird legs and a tail. And then some kind of hair thing going on that is an odd situation. I don't think those are horns. Well, he's got horns. Like, he's got light green horns, but then he's got like dark green hair and like some type of red snake thing. Which I can't tell if those are like bonus horns or whether that's something else. Can you make it to work before we finish this fight? Kaiden, we are already at least 2% of the way in. You have no chance of not making it there. Why is everything Astos casting ineffective? Because we got the mute spell to land on him, Vicarian. You basically have to not be killed by Rub at the start, land mute, which is like a 1 in 4 chance to land mute. So I guess in total it's like a 1 in 8 chance to be able to get the fight started. First try, we got rubbed. Second try, we got the mute off first round, which is beautiful. And you just hammer away until your fingers are bleeding. It's basically how this fight goes. Oh, you think those light green bits are the parts of his ears at the top? Is the red the horn then? He's got red nails and red, like, hooves or something. So are those big red horns that, like, go around to his shoulders? It seems impractical. Plus they're behind his ears. Like, how would that help with headbutting things? I demand essays. Due tomorrow. About Astos' anatomical properties. Meanwhile, I'll be saying thank you to Cypher279 for resubscribing there. Thank you very much, Cypher. Hope you're enjoying this Dan fight. It's been amazing. It's been 30 months that we've been in this battle, but it's been going well. I think some people have not survived, but that's because they're weak, unlike Dan, who is strong and manly, and has a very large hammer. Right on the side are elbow spikes. I could maybe see that. So you're saying that the red is not connected around. So it's not that the ears are going in front of the horns. It's that the horns are above the ears. And then the elbow spikes, well, one of them looks like a shoulder spike, the other one's like a bicep spike, but we'll not quibble about this. We'll quibble about this a little bit, but we'll do that later. You're saying the spikes are then not connected. And so they're just poking up to the same level where his ears go. I could maybe see that. When a Square Enix remake of this epic battle, this would definitely be the entirety of the second game in the Final Fantasy I remake series. First game, beginning of the game up through the Marsh Cave. Game 2, the Astos battle. And then Game 3 is just everything else. It'd be the perfect trilogy. And Linux Mint, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. As we continue on, the Astos Battle of Destiny. How much faster would this fight be with a silver hammer? Maybe like 5 or 10% faster at most. We wouldn't be doing any more damage to him. We'd have a slightly better chance of landing our attacks, so you'd see fewer misses, although I'm not seeing all that many misses compared to, say, the Wizard battle. So I think Astos must have relatively low evasion to begin with. And Nobody14, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Hope you've enjoyed getting that shiny new orb, and we are trying to kill it, I assure you. It's just taking a little bit of time. Dan is having some performance anxiety right now. He will finish this off very soon. At least no more than 6 hours from now. Now we've got the Arm Spike anti-group proclaiming that the Arm Spikes are just a conspiracy theory. Now I don't know who to believe. Now I don't know who to believe in this audience. Everyone's telling lies. Hey there, DDD. What is the world record for miss attempts? You missed the wizard fight. That was the record. At least 50 in a row. Astos by comparison, going way, way better. Do mobile Prime subscriptions not show up? I don't know, Vicarian. I definitely don't see anything from you. So I don't know if it is because of Twitch or because of Twitch. But it's on some end of Twitch. How many hours has this fight been so far, Nemo? Well, we started the timer, then we had to reset it a couple times, and then daylight savings time happened, so we reset it again. And then I think it's been 11 hours since our halfway mark. The dark green on top is actually broccoli. It could be. It could be. Like maybe he's got a giant piece of broccoli strapped to his back. I could maybe see this happening, but that would not explain the tail. I feel like something's got to tie that into the overall ensemble here. Hey there, Luther Kitty. Oh yes, we are defeating Astos. It is going swimmingly. It only takes persistence and a very large hammer to change the world sometimes. In this case, mostly the very large hammer. Also a lot of persistence. Hey Zarak, thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show all this time, and hope you enjoy many more such adventures here in the future. We're gonna calculate the DPS for this fight. He's doing a solid 0.5 damage per round. Like, I am actually impressed that Dan is hitting this often. He was struggling a lot. White Mage only has a 1% accuracy bonus per level, and we're level 13 right now. So, there is a very, very long way to go before Dan is going to regularly hit everything. First try. Why are all of Estus' spells ineffective? Because we landed mute on him. We got mute and an iron hammer. That's all we have to work with, and some ruses. Mute, ruse, and an iron hammer. All you need to beat Astos. Reg, thank you very much as well for resubscribing there. Glad that you two have been enjoying the show, and hope you enjoy many more such spectacular battles as this Astos fight has been in the future as well. Thank you again, Reg. Alright, swapping out. Finger number 4 now. I've already lost 3. I don't have that many more to give. I think this might actually be going faster than the 4 White Mage version. I feel like the 4 White Mages, because they were a lower level, were missing more often. And so even if you had 4 attacks per round, you weren't really doing that much more damage per turn, overall. It's like it was a good time when you had, 2 or 3 damage with your 4 White Mage crew. Dan at least is getting that solid, consistent half a hit point of damage every single turn here. When we stop counting the damage then, we're at least at 6. We're at least at 7 now. At least at 7. Where should you send your Astos essays to? Please deliver them, Vicarian, to the nearest Agama. Put it in your Agama box, and they will take it from there. How much HP does Astos have? 168, I believe. Yep, 168. Critic V, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. We've got our solo White Mage challenge. We've done the Marsh Cave. We are doing the Astos. I won't say where we are in this fight to not spoil it, but I assure you, it has been a good, solid couple of hours of Astos so far. Only 340 rounds. Excellent. Excellent. We got mute first try. 3 ruses, so that's 4 turns in. So, less than 350 rounds is the estimate here. I think that is a very, very much approximate number. Hey there, Black Knight. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here and ready to watch Dan hit Astos upside the head with a hammer over and over and over and over again. But this might be faster. If Dan was an Agama, things would be so much better if Dan was an Agama. Let me tell you, Nemo, if Dan was an Agama, we would not be in this situation to begin with. Chaos would already be defeated by now. Akmazir, have we been in the same fight for 20 plus minutes? Maybe. It's probably the same Astos. We haven't kept track. Could be a body double that he slipped in there. Luther Kitty, thank you very much for those bits. We'll put those bits towards the Melmont Relief Fund. If you think this is tedious, wait until you see Melmont. That place stinks. But thanks again for those. Can you tape down the A button? This is when you rotate Black Knight between your hands and your feet. Making sure that you have no more than 10 minutes on any one digit to prevent it from falling off. Alright, I think it's pretty safe to say we're at least 5% through this battle now. Possibly as high as 7.5% through. Just think, a thief is at least 5 times worse than this. You wouldn't be fighting Astos for those hours, no, you'd be fighting ogres. For days, weeks, possibly even more than a month, just to be able to take this guy on. What we're doing the other 11 hours, mostly insurance fraud, Black Knight. Speaking of insurance fraud, I don't think I ever got the money out of the Dwarf Cave. Can go look forward to that when we sail around for our Mystic Key. Plenty of money, though, popping out of the woodwork once we have that canal busted open. We should be reasonably able to take on the Crescent Lake monsters. It's going to be still very rough getting our level ups without a source of AoEs. One of the things the Black Mage had, which was very nice, is that once you were past the pirates, which I will say getting past the pirates and the Black Mage took about this long, 11 hours. But once the Black Mage was past there, you had Lit 2 and Fire 2, and so you were very easily able to flip the level ups to get your good stat gains. But notice that's one of the big things White Mage loses time on, is that you're spending 40 seconds or so per level up attempt. And so if you need 20 or 30 level up attempts to get your stats that you want, it does take a while to do those. But getting the experience actually has not been that bad. We're still in a range where Peninsula Power is very much the easy path through there. You can even do ogres still at this point and reasonably get XP fast. Hey there, Detrius Gaming. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time here as Astos has fallen. There he is. Our Astos battle complete. What a thrilling and stunning victory. I was not expecting Dan to win at the end, but there we go. Narrowly come from behind victory on that fight there. How are the holidays? Well, we did enjoy several days of that Astos fight, Detrius Gaming. Several days. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and drop off our newfound crystal friend. We'll go basically do all of the standard parts of the Mystic Key quest here. Follow that along, grab the silver bracelet, probably the Harm 3 spell as well. We're still a couple levels short of having 6-tier spell charges, so we're not gonna realistically need to head over to Crescent Lake right away. But some things to look forward to. Armor upgrade, weapon upgrade, and... well, it's not an upgrade, but Melmon will be in our future. There will be Melmons in our future as well. Would mummies be bad to grind on? Mummies would be a bit of a slow walk because you'd have to house up every couple of fights. Because those Harm 2s are going to be somewhat expensive to get cast out. You're going to have like maybe 3 or 4 mummy battles at a go. And on top of that, you have to worry about the sleep touch. So if you get into one of those fights and you get put to sleep, it could be really bad for you. I think Peninsula Power would be better overall, because you're taking a bigger setup for Peninsula Power, but the rewards are so much bigger. Like, Peninsula Power easily is 3 mummy fights per Zombo fight in there. That actually might kind of break even, depending on how long it takes you to get those Zombo fights set up. Black Mage was not bad, because you could take out the trolls. I'm not sure if White Mage has that same luxury. Rebuild the clinic. We will rebuild the clinic with fire. How about that? We will set that town ablaze and burn it to the ground. It is the easiest and fastest way to improve the town of Melmond. Alright, here we go. Let's grab our heal potions and pure potions. Talk to the witch and get our mystic herb. Probably mystical. It might just be a mundane herb. Never really questioned her knowledge of herbology on this. Just made a really good pork roast cane. I hope you brought enough for everybody. Or at least an Agama to share. I would take some Agama popcorn. Uh-oh. I really don't like the odd eye. That is why. Oh, Dan, get out of there. Get out of there, Dan. Get out of there. Dan did not get out of there. Dan! The betrayal. The betrayal. Time to walk back. We'll go ahead. I guess 13 tenths should be probably plenty to take a safety save or two on this chip up here. Anai gets us again. I think that was the first time with the White Mage. Black Mage had a bunch of those. Like, pretty much everybody except for the Black Belt is going to have a problem with them. Black Belt will have enough magic defense pretty fast to mostly shrug off a lot of the status ailments that are going to give the other character classes a lot of trouble. Can I have any Agama caramel popcorn now? That is sad. He does not deserve such a terrible punishment for one minor, slightly major mistake. Agama Capricorn is a treasure that belongs to the entire peoples of the world. Hey there, why am I here? Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend as we power through this solo White Mage challenge here. Does Black Belt have the best magic defense of all the character classes? Yes, especially by like about level 15 or so. Because Black Belts get +4 magic defense per level up, which is a lot. Most of the other character classes are going to get 2. And so the mages, they start out with a little bit better magic defense than the non-mage types, but because of the way it's set up, where the non-mage types have a faster growth rate for magic defense over time, by the late game, the mages are actually worse rather than better at defending against spells. It doesn't make any sense, but that is how Final Fantasy rolls. This time we're tetting up and we're heading back to the Prince. Nice, why am I here? Glad you had a good weekend there. Hey there, Penguins fan. We have not only done the Marsh Cave, but we have done Astos as well. We are just about ready to get into our delivery phase of the Mystic Key quest here. Let's go over Wake Up the Prince of Elfland and get our Mystic Key for one of, if not the, last weapon upgrades that we will ever get. And it's just about time for us to pick up the Silver Hammer. Does the Bane Sword count as a weapon upgrade? The Bane Sword counts as an everything upgrade. The Bane Sword makes everything better. Guess Copper Gauntlet not really worth selling. Trying to think if there's anything around these parts to go and upgrade with. Alright, look at this beautiful upgrade. 17 damage, 17 hit percent, all the way up to 20 and 22. That is +3 damage and +5 accuracy right there. Get rid of that copper. I'm going to see if I can buy up my heal potions, get those back up to 99 here. There's a couple of heal potions sitting around, but I'm okay with leaving a few behind in various locations. Rid of the Marsh Cave to upgrade the Silver Burst. That required another wizard fight. Let's not do that. And instead, go to the world's most horrible place in the entire world. That's right. New Jersey. Also Melmont. Alright, so those should be the encounters burned off. At this point, we're going to head up and do the rest of our key adventures. We've got to drop the dynamite off at the dwarves. And then we will go on yet another minor adventure here. Hey there, Chugrum, there is no class change. It is a White Mage we are playing, and it's a White Mage we'll be sticking with. Your Agama visited Melmon and came back smelling of eggs. You're lucky your Agama came back at all safer. Those savages would eat an Agama to its very bones. Which, to be fair, I would also eat an Agama to its very bones, because it's delicious. But it doesn't change the point that Melmon's terrible. Alright, there's our TNT. Got a couple more things to sell off. Now, normally I wouldn't bother picking up all of this very minor bits of gear, but we are looking to get a couple of upgrades coming up. And so I do need to have some extra cash sitting around. Got all the money in the dwarf cave. Couple items there as well. You can start getting the magic swords out. You've got the dragon sword, rune sword, were sword. You go to Earth Cave, the coral sword as well, which we could all sell. Those will not be necessary for this playthrough. How long is TNT shelf stable for? At least 1 to 2 Agama battles to Laser 2. The Y sword in the house, so they don't sell for very much, Gator. We're gonna leave those behind. Here's our cash. Let's get 1 murdered dwarf. This will be beneficial to our mood. We're gonna take our frustrations out on this dwarf here. Nobody is around to witness the spectacle of Dan hammering the dwarf into tiny, tiny pieces, and boom, he's gone. Just destroyed him. Gonna loot the Temple of Fiends. We'll probably do that if we need more cash. So I think is likely. I want to get Harm 3, Cure 3, and a silver bracelet before heading on. And we probably have like 7,000 to sell here, which is not enough to get all of that stuff in one go. So we require even more mithril, as well as even more swords that we can sell. Dan will probably heal that dwarf later, if he remembers. Other nice thing is that silver bracelet will make Peninsula Power so much better, as will the silver hammer. They're both excellent upgrades to Dan's combat prowess. He's going from 0 to 0.1 on the combat scale. Those could have been some lovely shark burgers. Maybe should have taken them. In we go. In we go to the world's worst ongoing tire fire of the last 5,000 years. Let's start off by selling some things we don't need. That would be everything except for the silver hammer. Done there. Most of the stuff here we can sell. Is this even possible? Yes. Probably in 25 to 30 hours overall. I'm not doing it in a single sitting. I'll take usually about 4.5 to 5 hours for one of these in a single playthrough, and then recover mentally and physically before going out to venture forth again. But definitely doable. I've already done Solo Fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, and Black Mage. This is 5 out of the 6 character classes now. Okay, so what do we want first? Cure 3 or Harm 3 in the list? I probably want the Cure 3 first. And the reason being is that will let me change my mind if I have mistargeted the spell overall. Unfortunately, we put Ruse in the first slot of White Magic. So I do cast out a whole bunch, but it'll be okay. That will be fine. Alright, anything else that we want to do right now? I think we are mostly good for now, so let's get the stuff out of the Temple of Fiends that we can sell off for some more cash. I'll try not to get the soft potion. It is my quest in this playthrough to not have any soft potions, which turns out you can't use soft potions when you have no other living characters. So not very helpful to have those around. And is White Wizard allowed or just White Mage? It is just the White Mage. We will not be class changing. Hey, Astrum54. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here, and hope you're ready to enjoy a whole bunch of White Mage action here today. And tomorrow. And probably Monday through Wednesday of the next week as well. The butt. Taking a nap? Probably. I will go nudge it to wake it up. Tent up and let's go ahead and grab these swords here. Chitin, welcome back. We were doing really good in the Asterisk fight, but then he got bored and left. And so we had to keep going. Alright, now this is kind of a scary trip just because you've got the paralyzing monsters, the ghouls, wandering around. You really don't like paralysis as the solo anything, but especially White Mage, who has very poor armor the entire game. These guys, these are the ones we don't want. In fact, we're just going to try and run. We have a less solid chance of getting a Harm 2 to kill him in one shot. There's our Were Sword. I think between the two of them, that's 8,000 bucks. That's what I need for getting my second 5th tier spell, which will be Harm 3. Once we have Harm 3, then Peninsula Power goes a lot better. We'll have 2 Harm 3s, like 4 or 5 Harm 2s at this point. And we'll use all of our first tiers for ruses, so we can get, ideally, 2 if not 3 battles in per trip. Plus we can get there much faster from the outer seed side. Alright, good trip through there. Got our swords out. I want to say between the two of them they sell for 5,000 back. So it should be like 4 and 6K for the sale prices. Where are the Gur spiders? It's an excellent question. Where are the Whiz spiders? Those are the ones I'm looking for. Okay, nice. 5.5K. Got a little bit extra there, but still not quite enough for the Harm 3. Which means we have to come up with some plan what to do in the meantime. I think we're actually pretty close at the current moment. Yeah, 3,200. which means we can only kill 2 zombies anyway. So I'd rather do a zombie battle or 16 ogres. Probably rather do zombie battle. Well, let's see if this is going to work out going from this side around. It probably makes things slower to go back and forth between Peninsula Power and Canaria for the level ups, but other than the odd eye, there's not a lot of bad ocean fights, and there's fewer ocean fights in general, since the encounter rate is much, much lower here. Where is the War Mech version of the Imp? We got War Imps, we got Imp Mechs. Those are the ones that I want to see around here. What if I went in the top of... Yeah, I'm thinking about this. Trying to figure out my ideal placement for the trip across there. Problem is, we don't have the canoe, so we can't go through the Matoya river trick on the backside. Oh, there's the odd eye. There he is! This will quickly tell us if we got a good trip or not. We do. We got a good trip. Can solo White Mage beat a War Mech? Well, I mean, anybody can beat a War Mech with a Bane Sword. But I consider it not a very interesting thing to do. So we mostly do War Mech when we have something unique and special for a particular character class. For War Mech, we might as well just go, you know, after Chaos is dead, we can class change and play around with them just as a demonstration. But if you want to do pre-class change, then Bane Sword would be probably your best strategy. Alright, Zombles. This time, you will get some. Well, if you didn't bring troll friends, you would. Ooh. I want to see how much better the Silver Hammer makes this. Like, we know accuracy was a big problem on the giant fight before. Damage-wise, we're going to take basically about the same damage, unfortunately, because after this last ruse goes up, the giants are only going to hit us on criticals. And for a critical hit, when it's like 80 or 100 damage, the plus 14 is, or plus 11 is pretty small in comparison. But for offense, this could be much better. Let's see how it happens to go. Oh yeah, 16. That is immensely nicer than before. Can I kill a troll at this point? Yes. They don't actually heal. That was meant to be in the game, but it didn't quite work. So it just doesn't. Even if it had worked, it'd be really, really small. The recovery for regenerating creatures is, I think, 2% per round. And so, like, a troll would get 3 or 4 hit points back per round, and that is hopefully well below what you're doing damage-wise here at this point. Although, wait a minute. Let me check something here really fast before I go and pound these giants down. Yeah. We actually don't want that much experience. That would be bad. I can only get 3,200 here, and that would have been 3,400 worth of giant XP. Okay, 2 zombies. That should be good. That's 2,000 or so. That is a big chunk of my level up here. Really wanted 3 zombies, but I'll take this. Of course, Dan getting critical right to the face, the 1% crit rate. Which in Dan terms, that is a 107% chance of being critical. Hey there, Nooster, welcome in. Ah, Dan! As you can see, Nooster, things are going well. Things are going very well. They actually are going pretty well. We got Astos defeated. We got our silver hammer and silver bracelet now. And if I can find a pack of monsters a little bit smaller, we'll get prepared for working on level 14 here in just a little bit. 14 is going to be another tough level. It is a guaranteed pile of ale, which means that once again we will need the S and the V to show up. Dan may not be the savior you want, but he is indeed the savior that you all deserve. Not a super big fan of the giant battle. But again, I want to see roughly how it goes now that we have that silver hammer in here. Before we were able to take a giant out with a lot of difficulty, but because you have at least a minimum of 2 giants in this particular part of the world, doing a pack was hard. You'd have an easier time at crushing Lake at this point because you can get a solo giant. Yeah, Astos fight. Did Dan have a crit? Astos did not have any crits. But I don't think Dan had any as well, which is pretty extraordinary when you get down to it. Oh yes, that is some good giant damage. Oh, that's some good damage too. That is also some good damage. Really would like to take 1 giant down at least so that we have fewer attacks per round to deal with. How is weapon damage calculated? You take your strength score plus the weapon's attack power. If your attack lands, then you roll between that number plus, or that number to that number times 2. And if you critically, you roll that number to that number times 2 again, and add them together. And you subtract off the monster's defense. If you're below 1 point of damage, it rounds it up to 1. And that is your total amount. Dan! Another double crit by the giants. One day we'll get a good battle here. Probably would have been faster to just do the 20 ogres. But way less fun. Substantially less fun. Expect an Astos crit every 400 rounds. It feels like we were there for at least 4,000 rounds, so I feel like we should have seen a few Astos criticals in that time. Is it easy to do this in the remake? Yeah, I mean, the remakes make things considerably easier. You get more experience from the fights. You can save anywhere you want, which very much trivializes the bosses. You'll get some really nice upgrades from additional items that they added to the game. Like you can get items that cast Lit 2, Fire 2, and Ice 2 very early by playing the 15 puzzle. Which means I've done like the 4 White Mages in less than half the time on the remakes than it does on NES version. And solo, it's an even bigger difference because of those changes. Plus temper. If you have the Giant's Glove, you can actually legitimately do a whole bunch of damage with your physical attacks, and you do not have that option in the NES version. Temper and Saber do not work. I'd say overall, probably the 2 biggest influential things are probably that Saber spell and Save Anywhere. Other things, they're nice to have. Like you do get the Fangs to be pretty effective once you get past Bicky. But just that ability to power up and really swing is such a huge difference. Kekla and Steel Armor. Yes, definitely. You want at least 16 suits of those. Which in this version of the game, you can't carry all your items and 16 copies of the Steel Armor, but in the remakes you can. You can carry 99 Steel Armors if you want to, in fact. Why you'd want to, I don't know. That would be definitely a very bad idea, but you could. Dan is cornering the market on Steel Armor. I hope somebody does, and then just throws them all in the trash can, where they belong. Alright, got the Harm 3 spell. Heal 2 does not help. There is a glitch that causes Heal 2 to do more effectiveness in battle than it should be in the NES version, but it's still worse than Cure 3 straight up. So Cure 3 is going to be our choice here for all the healing. That'll be true for Heal 1, 2, but not for Heal 3. This is because Cure 4, the one that's up against it, we cannot buy as a White Mage. It's a White Wizard exclusive, whereas Heal 3 can be purchased by the White Mage. Nice. So this is, well, 1 more imp to go. And then we'll be in imp striking range for doing the level ups here. Hey there, Tipo, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. We are about to do level 14 for our solo White Mage challenge. We have defeated Astos. And now we're thinking about what level would I like to be at for the Earth Cave? And really it makes sense to do levels in a couple of clusters. So I'm thinking maybe you get 4 levels, go up to level 17, and then try Earth Cave. Maybe 16 for Vampire, and then 17 for Lich after that. Level 70, yes. I do wish we could be going well over the level 50 mark. If we could go get 99 level ups, then we wouldn't have to worry about scrounging around all these stat points, which is the reason why the level ups take a long time. The easy part for Solo Thief is up to Garland. There are no easy parts for Solo Thief. There are no easy parts. And Solo Thief only gets wood armor, so they don't even have the chainmail advantage at the start. Alright, A-I-L, just some ale. Just a pot of ale there. See, we have 219 for hit points right now. I think we should be looking for like a 249 or so. We end up taking the sail instead of the full saddle. Oh, we don't have to take the sail, but it is on the table if necessary. Hey there, Genwit. We pounded Astos, yes. We have the silver hammer and silver bracelet now. And we are getting ready to work on the Earth Cave. Alright, so now we are as close as physically possible we can get to our level up here. Which means that all of these imp fights will be a level up. Let's start grinding out the possible perfect Savile. And just a very, very slightly higher chance of hitting the imps. Very slight. Although for Dan, slightly higher is a 0% chance, it seems. Be so nice once we've got the Zeus Gauntlet. Like, once you're able to just get a super fast turnaround on checking the level up stats, grinding out like the 1 in 16s becomes way less painful. Although, for Dan, maybe he would even manage to miss with spells. Which in theory is physically impossible, but many things Dan is doing right now is, in fact, physically impossible. Alright, here we go. What is our level up? We have a 249 ale. Dan, sadly, is very possible. This is, in fact, a common state of the world that you should stay very far away from if you can. Is this for full Savile? That is our goal, Belle de Jour. If we have to, we take like a 249 sail. I think 249 is the best that you can get. We'll find out in the next 20 minutes or so what the HP maximum is if we have to settle for something. 248 and Avil. That was close. We saw our first vitality point right there. But I'd rather take a strength than a poor roll than a good Avil. This is the dreaded level 12 max. No, this is level 14. Level 12 actually went really well. Actually went really, really well. What's not good is it got a critical hit right there, which I don't think we want to see prior to level up happening. And yeah, 248 ale. We have guaranteed ale in this level up, but we need, unfortunately, the ones that are not guaranteed, the S and the V, as our two biggest ones of concern. If you don't manipulate these levels, what is the bottleneck? Well, you'd be probably about 150 to 200 health down, what I'm going to end up with, which is a pretty significant disadvantage for a lot of the long boss fights. You would be like 20 points of strength down, which basically means that you're not damaging anything with weapons. You have to Bane Sword 100%. Those are the two big things you lose. And you don't have as much ale. We've got 248 ales. You wouldn't have that if you weren't trying to manipulate these. Also, Wells, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. And ready to watch us go and murder, well, mostly imps. Mostly imps, and then also some zombies. Alright, so I think I've seen this one. Let's go ahead, delay a little bit, try and get a different fight. After a while, you might start recognizing patterns in the battles, because there's only 256 values the random regenerator can take. And you'll get kind of steered to those on top of that because of certain moves being able to end a fight and some that will not be able to. Like, you obviously can't end a fight on a miss, unless the monster runs away, which they're not going to at this level quite yet. So probably there's fewer than 256 possibilities. And let's see which of those possibilities this one is going to be up here next. Hey there, King Booty, welcome in. Hope you're ready to enjoy some 247 ale. I'd recommend waiting for the 248, it's a much better vintage. And if you can hold out, the 249, that's the best yet. Alright, let's see what this one rolls. After I get a couple of battles with just holding the A button down, we'll start doing delays at the end to try and further scramble up where we are in the RNG table. 249 ale. I believe that's the best ale we can see. But it is certainly no Avel, and it's definitely no Savile. Critical hit by the imp there, that's probably not great for us. Critical hits are good for marking where we are in the stat ups. Our 245 SAIVL. Okay, never mind. That was good. That was a good one. We lost 4 points of HP, but we got the full Savile there. And I'll definitely take that trade-off. Level 14 complete. Alright, what do we have up next here? 7,600. Probably actually need to restock on tents before I go back to Peninsula Power there. And I feel like it was working out better to walk overland from Provoca. Just because the sail was so intensive getting to Peninsula Power and back. That was fast. It was pretty good. It's a 1 in 16 chance of getting a Savile on that particular level up. And we probably did, what, like maybe 10 or so tries at it, so definitely above average luck on it. Which is good, because we had a lot of level ups that were really, really below average. I am owed some levels. Okay, so that's 14. 15 up next is going to be IV guaranteed. Which means we're looking for an S and A. So a Savvy level up would be really good. But I'll probably end up just taking an SIV if we go too long without getting the A to show up. Where's our first weapon or item that does AoE damage? It'll be at Ordeals. The Zeus Gauntlet and Ordeals is the first one that you get. You'll get that after defeating Lich before you go to the Ice Cave. You've watched some Lingua in your days. Well, you've definitely seen some things then, Penguins fan. You have seen many things. Could actually be a good fight now. The Groger was certainly painful earlier due to his really high physical defense, but now we got 3 extra attack power. 3! Basically doubles our damage output. Let's see if we can get this. It's gonna be tricky. But Dan is known for his ruses. Oh, so much simple damage. Nope, don't got it. Alright, I think I definitely want the Zombie Troll fight. The giant fight still was not particularly good. So I'm gonna skip that and try this guy next. But now it's worthwhile doing the troll fight, as long as there's not double troll, I think. 2 trolls too many. And you could have your apple pie and a cat magically appears. I'd be very confused about where that cat may have been, if there was a cat in my apple pie. There we go. Quad Zomble. This would be definitely really good to get. Assuming that Dan can get these ruses up. And that he sometimes dodges with the ruses on. Sometimes. Just not any of these times in particular. Dan ruining my 4 Zomble fight there. You know what? 3 Zombles, more his speed. More his speed. Try again. It's really about that second round ruse more than the first round ruse. Although the first round ruse can help out with making some of these attacks early on miss. It's this one that gets most of the heavy lifting in there. And let's go. Harm 3s. We're not going to mess around with these. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's better. I can still do 2 Harm 2s. The first Harm 2 should kill 2 of these bulls. And we'll clean up the rest of them after that. Ooh, only got 1. Bottom left corner was close, but unwilling to cooperate. Oh, nice. We have 7 first tier charges now. That is helpful as well. Alright, so there is our 4 Zomble battle. That is a big chunk of our level there. We've got 3,000 more to go. Yeah, 3,400. I guess we'll just do heals. I can afford a bunch of these now. So I got 3,000 to go. I can take a 3 battle. I can take 2 giants, but don't want them with the ambush. 2 giants would be about 1,700 experience. These guys should work as well. Except the troll might be touchy. Could be a little bit of a challenge on that thing. We've got 5 attacks per round to dodge. Pretty decent chance with a triple ruse up of getting all those bypassed, but then you gotta hammer that troll down. And I worry about that part of it. So let's go. Harm 3s first. Try and quickly take out the zombies. Oh man, 61 and 68. That is a really sad pair of Harm 3s. I think 60 is the minimum possible that you can roll on that, with 240 being the maximum. 40 also pretty much the minimum, so we are way, way behind on our harm damage on the one in the upper left-hand corner. Did I expect anything else from Dan? Honestly, not really. Not really. Harm 2 also rolled minimum, 20. So we have a whole bunch of work to do on Zomble still before we can even get to the troll, which I was not expecting. I was thinking we'd have a cure spell left over. At least Zomble's down. Let's see how troll goes here. 9. Okay. Hopefully it goes higher. 19, okay, that's better. It's better. $28, even better. 72 damage, okay. I think we're okay. Looks like troll is doable with the silver hammer and the level ups. Level up's also pretty significant here. Every level up, about 3 extra damage per attack. Does White Mage get Fade? Nope. You do not get Fade and you do not get Cure for. Those are the 2 spells that would be really nice to have that we do not get with this character class. Right now, how close are we? I think we should be pretty close. Yeah, 700 away. That is in Ogre striking range. Exit would also be pretty good. Exit would be nice. Hey there, Thalfin. How's the RNG been? Well, we made it past Astos. So that was pretty good. I think our level ups have been nice so far tonight. We've had reasonably good level ups. So remember, the best weapon until Mazmune, arguably the Power Staff. You cannot use the Thor Hammer, but Power Staff has a higher critical hit rate at the cost of less accuracy than the Silver Hammer does. How painful was Astos? I lost 3 fingers, Hot Toddies. 3 fingers. And a toe. Rather than doing sharks, I should just do a couple of quick ogres here. Given the setup, where we only need 3 ogres worth of experience, we can guarantee we get at least 3 here. We don't want to go over 3. So it is a concern of getting too much. As was a massive headache for the 4th Thief run. Yeah, Thieves don't have any way of calming Astos down, so definitely a really, really rough time on that fight for the Thieves, no matter how many you have. Solo Thief was just even worse, because you have to be ridiculously high leveled to survive that. Probably should have gone up for the easier battle, but this is fine. This is fine. Should do it again, but I'm still not going to. Partially because I enjoy seeing Dan suffer, but also because I am lazy. Now we can start our ogres. So I'm looking for a solo ogre. We do not want a double. We actually cannot take double experience. Yeah. Just slightly. So that's no good. Does Dan ever ask Ace, Bill, or Cal for help and assistance all the time? Do they answer no? They pretend to not know him. Got our 2 ruses up. Let's go ahead, hammer this guy down. We'll be getting progressively closer. I've got to get a little bit of experience on the way to Canaria again. But we're down to less than an ogre away after this guy from level 15 here. And the exact amount is 162. So we can take 2 Kaizokus. Kaizoku is 10 imps worth of experience. So we don't take the Kaizokus, you can rough out how many extra imp battles I'll need to do. I guess we'll do this so we get 2 shots at the Kaizoku fight. Sharks too much. 5 Kaizokus too much. Too bad you can't take like a partial battle. You know, kill 1 or 2 monsters and run away and keep the experience that you got for it. Make things so much better in a lot of ways for grinding. I think the merchants and innkeepers have had a lot of experience with Dan and Death in the past, so they're just kind of used to it by this point. They barely even notice the dead bodies. Because you do it with fear. The problem with fear is that you have to land a bunch of hits for the bosses. And so not particularly effective for most of the game to be able to practically use fear as a weapon. The rare exceptions are like Carrie, because she's weak to status elements. You could fear her, but that is kind of a very corner case scenario. And Carrie, because she's not blocking anything, you don't really have to be rushing to do her anyway. Yeah, if you feared the monsters successfully, which fear is not going to hit everybody all the time, then they should be running away, like almost always. So you could do that as a strategy, but it would be probably slower than just finding better things to fight. But yeah, if the monsters run away, you only get 1 XP, which means you have very, very fine-grained control over what you get for the XP over the course of the battle. But it's 1 XP if you get all of them fleeing. The ones that run away by themselves actually don't count at all, because it doesn't want to give you 0 XP is the reason why. All the monsters give you 1 put together. Okay, 24 away, which means if we have 4 imps or 5, we will be greeted with a level up opportunity. If it's 3 imps, I'll go ahead and save the game again. And that way we will then be able to take any of these imp fights, any single one at all, and marvel at the spectacular quality of level ups that we get off of them. Beginning with this one, which I am sure will be a very savvy level up, if not a savvy one, right off the bat. The goal of this level is savvy, but I might take an SIV if we don't have level up before like 1245. That'll be my rough plan for it. Minimum is IV, and we get 251 and IV. Alright, Dan's off to a cracking good start here. Already achieving leveling perfection in terms of the worst possible level up that you can get. This will definitely be a good time to switch to standing mode here. Let's stretch out and let's get another level up try. We now have everybody maxed out. Well, Dan maxed out for XP. We should be 6 away, which means any fight from this point on will be a level up here. So let's start cranking through these imp battles, and let's see what we get. No undead fights for this. So the closest you could save to an undead fight would be the mummies in Astus's castle, and that's a bit of a walk to get to, plus you have to basically outspeed them to be able to get the harm spell off. So I don't think it is better to do it that way. These imps go down pretty fast. Alright, and this try is A-I-V-L. Oh, we got no S. No S. But otherwise, very close. That was 2 Stratos, but the wrong 2. It was A-L instead of S-A. It'd be adorable if we got the full Savile, but I will not demand that. Because at 1 in 64, that'd be a pretty crazy one to try and grind out. Even if it's possible, which we don't know if it is. There's going to be a lot of combinations that you simply can't do, particularly if you need to have tightly clustered together, consecutive, good RNG values. So I'm pretty sure there's at least one part of the encounter cycle, or one part of the RNG table that's got 3 in a row that are qualified as level ups. Because that's 25% chance. It's not like there is a super low value. Did the imp just run away? Are we already that intimidating that imps are scared of us? So that's great. That'll make things way better in the future. Alright, we got A-I-V... Oh, another Aval. Really ending up on the exact same frame that time, which is actually less crazy than you'd think. Because again, the fights are going to get kind of steered towards a small number of possible frames. Or it could be simply a coincidental different Aval. But at 164, there's not too many of those. When we get our first offensive spell out to the kitty, it is going to be at Ordeals. The Zeus Gauntlet there is your very first item that can AoE. Alright, this one is IV. Back to the worst. Dan is not very savvy so far, but soon he will be. Okay, we'll be probably looking at 12:45 on the clock for when I switch it from Savvy only to Savvy or Civil. But I don't want to settle for a Civil quite yet, because I'd rather have the A than the L. This one is IV. I'm pretty sure they do not have IVs strong enough for Dan, not even the maximum strength variety. When Dan wheels up, you know that there is going to be some challenging medical practices to do. Right, A-I-V-L. We've gotten 3 Avals. 3 of them! But I don't think we've seen a single strength point yet. Which is kind of bizarre for the distribution here. Which one ran in this formation? I think it was the upper right imp in like round 3 ran. We'll see if it's the exact same battle RNG or not. Okay, it doesn't look like it. So it's at least a different one coming in here. Nope. That was definitely it. Alright, so I'm going to delay here. We want some new RNG. Give it some time and try here. And this one is IV. Wrong frame. Can you buy some S parts? Robot parts are hard to come by. In the original Final Fantasy, most of our robots are broken down and decrepit in this era. But I hear in the distant past, before the scourge of Melmont covered the land, robot parts were plentiful and easy to obtain. A-I-V... Ah, the apple again. This keeps up. It's gonna drive somebody to doing bananas. I can tell already. It's a good question whether you lose your turn on Wheel of Fortune if you try and buy a consonant. I'm sure somebody has done that in the past. We are back on that same RNG again, alright? So clearly we did the wrong frame last time. So, we'll just hang out here for a little bit, see if we get a different frame, and now. Is this a Savile level? It is S-I-V. No. 10 minutes I might take that, but not now. It's our first S though, so I'm glad that we saw it. Alright, the imp we were swinging at ran away, so that didn't help. We need the other imps to be cowardly. But it is new. We haven't seen that part of the RNG table yet. So I can hold this down and get a result that we might not have seen. It is IV. Alright, that's the result we've seen, and we did not want it. There's a lot of those. 9 in 256 chance. Is it 9 in 256? Well, slightly lower, because you actually have three ones this time. But it's about 50% chance of seeing that. If you buy a vowel and accidentally say a consonant, you lose $250 and your agama. Tragic. That would be very tragic. To go right side imps. Definitely could be worth a try for right side imps. There's actually no imps down by the docks until you get into the corner squares, so you wouldn't be able to move the step count very quickly on that direction. But right side imps, good call. This is not it. Then we'll definitely go right side imps from here. That can't be worse. I-V-L. At least the L was there, to make me feel slightly less bad. So our best level up so far, S-I-V. We probably have about 10 minutes before Civil gets added to the list of acceptable ones here. Is IVL new? I think so. I'm pretty sure we have not seen an IVL yet. And this is IV. We're gonna see another S in 10 minutes. I mean, in theory, we should be getting 2 or 3 S's per 10-minute period. And like 2 of those 10-minute periods to get an SA combination, but in practice, turns out that Dan is not very good. Okay, middle up ran away, but I think we saw that before with a 5-pack. I'm gonna still let it spin. Let's give it some time. Move to a different part of the RNG table. Alright, a miss, good. That's probably not what we want to see, but we'll take it. And a 27, alright. What do we have here? It is AIVL. There's a bunch of those Avils. But sadly, they are not Savile. Alright, there's the mist there. I mean, if we get that Avil, and I think we're slightly late, then we might be able to get a Savile with that setup. We just need to move it, like, one random number later in the list to have the Savile there. IV. Whether I can do that or not is a different question. Trying to guess how many frames of delay there is to get the right random number when you don't quite know where you are in the random numbers to begin with. It is really tough. Hey there, Prof NES. Going for particular stats, we want to get at least strength, agility, vitality on this level up. If I get desperate, I'll take strength, vitality, and luck instead, but yeah, basically you have to get certain stats to have reasonable chances in the late game of your White Mage being good. I and V. Can I explain the frames in the RNG? Well, every time the game uses a random number, it advances forward in a table of 256 random numbers. And every 2 frames of menu time, when you don't put a command in, also advances it by 1. So if you hold the A button down, you're frame perfect for all the inputs, then you'll get a certain pattern of random number picks throughout a fight. That means there's a limited number of those 256 places you can be in the table when it comes time to getting your stat ups. But if you wait frames, then you can move it wherever you want in the table, and trying to explore new areas is what I'm doing with the delays. This one is I and V and L. Does it advance faster than values in Dragon Warrior NES? Yes and no. Dragon Warrior changes every frame, so it's faster in that regard, but most of the inputs of Dragon Warrior have a really long lockout period, which means that you can buffer your movements and get much easier frame exact inputs than you can in Final Fantasy. So Dragon Warrior moves faster, but at the same time it's easier to manipulate. This one is IV. Killering, thank you very much for acquiring this very savvy Agama. I hope that Dan is equally savvy in all of his business ventures to come. Although, to be honest, he probably won't be. And there we go, standing complete for a little bit. Good to get some stretching in this process. You don't have as much action in the White Mage playthrough as you do in a normal speedrun for activity, so you have to go and find ways to make sure that you stay nice and limber. Just like Agnes. Alright, let's see what we get here. Coming up next in the RNG Festival is an AIVL again. That's gotta be like 6 Avils now? And not a single Savvy, Civil, or especially no Savils. Give it another 3 minutes. 3 minutes until I take a Civil. Right now it's just Savile and Savvy. And that's the exact same frame before, too, because I got, after the Avil, the critical hit there, which I recognize that value. So I think means I'm like 1 frame off from getting a really good result. Let's go ahead. Give it some delay. Think about this. Relax, chill out, and beat this imp over the head. Oh, that worked for Ivy. So much work and so little in return. Alright, Imp critical first round. Dan critical second round. So we're burning through the crits. There's 3 zeros in the table. So I guess would tell me where we are. But not where the Savile is. IV. Coast Lives has strength. I bet left side imps will be better for us. Whoever was going for the right-handed imps, clearly incorrect. Left imps all the way. Alright, we'll let that spin. We saw a pretty similar level up there just a second ago. That was one earlier in the table. And this is going to be IVL. Gotta admit, it was better. It was better than right-hand side. Extra bonus luck there. Speaking of luck, we have about 45 seconds before Civil is acceptable. So let's give it a couple more goes on these imps here. And looking ahead, the next one is guaranteed S and L. So 1 in 16 of getting the AV combination for the Savile at level 16 seems like it's not going to be too bad. Because that one I could, in theory, say I'm going to give up on the S for at some point. S, I, V, nope. So second S point. It will be 1.85%. Evil should be a 25% chance. 25% chance of Evil. And a 25% chance of SIV, although clearly that's not happening. Alright, I'm pretty sure we've seen this before, so we're going to let it spin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or so. Dan gonna fail at failing. He's failed pretty hard so far. So he's got nowhere to fail but up from here on out. I mean, maybe he could fail sideways. I don't know. It's possible. There might be some sideways failing, but mostly failing upward. Ambush. I don't think we've seen an ambush start before. So this could be a new pattern. We've had our first strike. Had the ambush. And both ambush and first strike should have a couple different variants, which you can try to further refine by how many imps are in the formation. And the 5-imp ambush yields IVL. I feel like I'm definitely getting more points on the left side. Undoubtedly. I mean, I think we also got both of our S's on left side as well. So clearly the far superior side. Does anyone remember the movie Solar Babies? I'm pretty sure the only baby that I've got is Dan. So it does not ring a bell for me, Penguins fan. Alright, let this spin. And go. We got IV and disappointment. We also have disappointment, and we have a resubscription by Fox Death God, which is not disappointing. Thank you very much, Fox Death God. Glad that you're still enjoying the show, and Hope you enjoy many more such adventures, as well as Season 5 of Fantasy Final Fantasy in the future as well. Thanks again. 72-point critical, that's different. I want to say our other criticals were a 60-point critical. So let's see what we get for this one. It is AIV. Close. It was close. I think it's only our second Avi. We've had more Avils than Avis, which is crazy. There is no explainable reason why that should be true, and yet here it is. Ender 314, thank you very much for adopting that Agama into your home. I hope you and Ivy get together well in the future and enjoy each other's company. Alright, coming off of a miss here. I think we've tried that, but let's see what it gives us. And so the last imp miss is Ivy. Be really nice if you could get something like the townspeople movement as the RNG table the levels came out of, because then you can manipulate that super hard. It's fun to watch in some games that have that, where movement is the same RNG as the battle results. Or the item results, and you can use that to tell where you are in the RNG table. AIVL again. How many Agamas need adopting? Well, over 14 billion Agamas orphaned every hour that we play this game, Canil. So a lot. We need a lot of Agamas adoptions. Well, if you want some technical specifics, I believe it is capped by Twitch at 50 per night. Yeah, Fire Emblem is a bunch of them manipulated the, or used the same RNG for the cursor as they did for the combat results. Which is really funny. Because you wouldn't think a cursor would be random, but when you have different paths to get from where you are to where you want to go, I guess it makes sense that they could choose any of the paths, and so they might have some type of random selection process in the decision for where to draw the path along. AIVL again. How do we have so many Avils and only 2 SIVs? Can you get a replacement Agama if your cat ate the last one? First of all, Max Frost, I am pretty sure your cat is terrifying. But second, yes. Why no anvils? Good question, Mike. Asking the hard-hitting questions that the people deserve to know the answer to. Interesting, that's a runaway level up, and that gets me IV. I was curious what a runaway would get me, but turns out not very much. Could be multiple runaways as well, but that is at least useful information. There's our crit. Gonna let the RNG spin for a little bit here. Get to a totally new part of the encounter cycle. Every about 8.5 seconds it'll wrap around, so you can't really wait more than that. That is IVL. Oh, do imps have shoulder spikes? They definitely seem to have horns. I think imps have horns and a cape. And no shoulder spikes. Or elbow spikes. Or bicep spikes for that matter. S-I-V, nope. It was so close and yet 1 in 4 away. Closer to 1.5 actually, if you could take either A or L at this point. You got a better than 1 in 4 chance of finishing that off. Imps have a third arm wielding another dagger. Do they have 2 daggers? I think it's 1 dagger in a bare hand. Kind of making some type of gang sign. Alright, spin the RNG around and we get. Coming up next. I and B and L. Just some evil. Total drivel, in fact. I don't know if I can get behind imps having tails. I'm still trying to figure out their shoe situation. Like, clearly they've got 1 red foot in the front, but I don't know where their other foot is. Kind of concerned about it. What if that other foot is where they keep all their strength points? Only 256 possible things can happen. That's right, Ender. The start of a round, after you put your commands in, there's only 206 possible rounds you can get. And then for the level ups, there's also only 206 possible level ups that you'll see. Which is why, like, really exotic ones, you wouldn't want to go for because it might simply not exist. Any of the 206 values for getting that particular combination of upgrades. But for something that's a 1 in 16, really like a 1 in 8. For a civil or a savvy put together. Those should be plentiful in number. S-I-V-L. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take the civil. It's not my preferred one. I'd rather have a savvy level up, but I will take that. At 13 tenths. I should be more intense. Let's get more intense here. And then we'll get back to Peninsula Power. 2 legs and 1 shoe. Now I'm even more confused about imps. We will have to figure this out once we get back here. We will go to Peninsula Power to relax ourselves. Distract us from these difficult imp questions, and then we will come back and settle. Once and for all, do imps have more than 1 shoe? And do they have 3 arms? These are the types of questions that we need to know the answers to. That should be enough tenths for right now. We're 1 level away from being able to start picking up the spells at Crescent Lake. But to be fair, there's not really much there. We can get Fog too. So I'm not sure if that really helps any situation at all. But I guess if you are triple rused up and just looking at the criticals, then maybe you could Fog 2 as a way to get slightly better resistance at the cost of 1 turn. So I don't think ever makes sense. But it would be out there. It would be out there as a possibility. Also, a nice thing is, level 15, basically where we have our maximum run chance, which should be like between 90 and 95%, with the dead characters in the back to have to worry about. No, Dan! Paralyzed. He got paralyzed. See if he snaps out of it. Two failures. It's a 1 in 4 chance. And you know how Dan is with 1 in 4s. So expect this to be here for a while. 3, 4. Right, he's up. He's down. Dan is down. Try again. Fog 2 is better than Melmond 1. I do agree with that. Lock 2 is better than Melmond 1. And that is saying something. Those undead fights, it would be actually slightly better to harm them at this point. Now that we've got the harm 3s than to run away. However, we don't want to use up our precious harm spells on small fry like Geist. So just trying to reset around them, make our way up to Peninsula Power, and get cracking on those zombies again. We saw that we can do decent quantities of zombies. Should be able to do a 4 zombie fight now. Should be able to do 2 zombies plus a troll, maybe 3 plus a troll. If we get some good rolls on our harm spells here. Checking it. It is 8,700. 2 level up, which means we can get at least 8 monsters. 2 quad zombie fights would be perfect. 2 with the 2 trolls I think is not as good. What is the base chance for a melee effect like stun touch to trigger? Well, it's complicated. Because you have the monster's accuracy, their number of attacks per round, and you've got your magic defense, all factoring into that equation. And then you have Dan's terrible combat prowess as a third factor there that you probably don't want to have. And you mix all those values together and then come up with something. Alright, looking mostly good there. Let's drop our first harm 3 off. I do have houses, so I can take a couple different fights here, but we are looking to get reasonably fast rolls here. That was actually a really good harm 3. Our last harm 3 didn't crack 68 for the damage across all the zombies, so minimum of 104, I think, is a pretty nice, refreshing change. 40 is the worst possible harm too, though, so bottom left is behind the curve. And there we go. Is Warmech sold out? If Warmech is sold out, it will say that. I believe somebody bought Warmech at the beginning of the stream for whatever our next bingo adventure is going to be. Alright, so that's 4 zombies down. We got 4 more to go. That's not going to be a good one. Yeah, I think if you're trying to do the redemption, it'll tell you if it's sold out. But if you just hover over it, I think it only describes it. All the squares are Dan hits a target. That would be a long bingo night. Very, very long. Good. Alright, so 1 miss there helps us out quite a lot in this fight. Get one more miss, we should be okay. Time to harm some things. Specifically the Zombies, also possibly Dan. There may be some Dans harmed in the course of this adventure. But it's for a good purpose. Ooh, 62 and 66. Got 2 bad rolls and 2 good ones in there. Do another harm 3. See if Dan can make up for that. 97 and 180, okay. Down to our last Zombie, and Dan is getting tagged there. Very scary here. He's got another harm 2 in there for safety. I think he's got it. I think he's got it. Alright, and how close are we to level up? 300? Yeah, 357. Well, right now we are level 15. We're about to pick up level 16 when we get back to civilization here. I need to grab probably an ogre and a couple kaizakus to get this worked out a little bit closer. But we're doing decently in terms of overall value. Oh, can I take 390? I don't think I can. Let me double check that to make sure. Yeah, 3D7. I can't take the double ogre fight. Correct call was made. And when will I stop this incessant grinding? Well, you can only get 50 levels. So when I'm at level 50, then we will grind no further. You mean when we go to the next part of the game? We might be able to do Vampire after this next level up. So we're going to give it a crack over there. And I'm kind of worried about doing both Vampire and Lich on the same level because of actually getting too much experience in the process. So I think what we will want to do is see if I can get Vampire down, do the Ruby trade-in, get a level up, and then do Lich the second trip. And that way if there's wizards or things, I'll be better planned out for what it looks like. Right, so this would be Kaizaku's, but we're skipping it. That's my exact amount. 240. Okay. I want a solo ogre then. So we'll skip this junk. I'll stay up here so I don't get arachnids. Wolfger Wolf's a much better fight, particularly now they got the silver bracelet. These things are basically not damaging us at all anymore. Most of the early game monsters became 100% safe with that bracelet in hand. Or in wrist, or wherever Dan keeps it. For all I know, he wears it like a hat. And now, 3 chances for a solo ogre. Double ogre, no good. Solo ogre is what we want here. Are we going to ogre time? Or will we be disappointed? It's ogre. It is all ogre. Guess I'll ruse up. Even though ogre should be doable without ruse at this point. It's like we're in the phase of needing probably like 5 or so hits to kill an ogre. So we can get reasonable rolls on him. And you could definitely survive 5 attacks from these guys now. Lich means Canoe means Ordeals means Zeus Gauntlet. Yes. That's basically the reason you want to keep pushing forward, is because until you have an AoE item, it is pretty grueling doing the level up grind. The AoE item helps a lot with solving that problem. Alright, so at this point we are at 45. We can't even take a single Kaizaku. 45 is good enough to just go right to the imps of this phase here. Sucks that you'll do ordeals and never use the tail. I'll probably use the tail to get my heal potions into a better spot. I actually don't know if I should have the tail in my inventory or not at the end. But since we can do something with our cabins and houses anyway, we'll be fine with those. Alright, so this is 21 to go. This means, again, we need a 3-imp fight. But a 4-imp or a 5-imp pack after this would be a level up. So we're in position. It is going to be a guaranteed S, guaranteed I, and a guaranteed L. We need the A and the V, both at 1 in 4 chances to show up. It is a regular level up, not a strong one, so we have no worries about what our HP range is. So it seems like a rather straightforward one. Particularly when you think about, at some point, maybe ditching the requirement for the A. I'm gonna still try and get the A for a while. Like we're at 1310 right now, probably like 1325 or so is when I will settle for being civil instead of being fully Savile. And that way we'll be, at that point, down to a 1 in 4 chance of getting a level up instead of a 1 in 16. Perfect. Alright, so we're now 1 imp away from the level up. Unless they all run away, we'll get a level up every single fight here. And let's begin. Again, probably looking about a 1325 target for the full Savile. After 1325, we will settle for being civil, losing the agility point in there. And as we've leveled up since our last time doing this, we'll have a very slightly higher chance of the imps running. Which means everything we learned about the encounters before probably doesn't apply anymore. No harm in Peninsula Power. You can't really get your levels very fast with that Solar Axis GG. This is like a 45-second fight. It's about the fastest fight you can guarantee the length of. Peninsula Power would be like 2 minutes or so. Alright, 2d7 and Sill. Yeah, we get the bulk of the experience at Peninsula Power with Harm 3, but it takes a couple minutes per Zombull fight to get it set up. And increasingly we could start doing giants, although I'm not sure we would want to do the 2 to 4 giant encounter. Might actually be better to do the solo giant down at Crescent Lake. Solo giant, double troll, those are good encounters overall. S-I-L-L. Dan's got these sills, but will he have a sail? Will he be civil? Will he be Savile? Or maybe he'll just be vile. Just be vile. Alright, interesting. So now 2 runaways in a fight. See it happening pretty fast for the conversion over. S-A-I-L. Well, I'm not going to take that. Even after the time limit, I wouldn't take that. Sail is not good enough because we lose out on 8.5 hit points. It's a pretty big loss. I'm trying to keep my hit point losses to a minimum, but especially even like worst cases, I don't want to go over 5. Those add up really fast for how much you lose in the long run, missing early vitality points on a White Mage. Okay, we have S-I-L. Dan's telling lies again. He claims he's got the ills, but I know better. Give us a V, that's right. I mean, give us an A and a V. Let's go for big. If we don't get that, then we can worry about the alternatives. Alright, so I think we saw that battle before. Runaway into a kill at the top. S-A-I-L. Does Final Fantasy run on AV? Not very well. Gotta get that RF modulator to really show off the classic quality. So we're having a bunch of similar levels. Let's go ahead, spin the RNG table around a little bit here, and see where we end up. Is it, first of all, someplace good and desirable? S-I-L, nope. It's in fact not a happy place. Not a happy place at all. Our Agamas high in cholesterol. Agamas are, in fact, noted for their discovery of cholesterol. One of the many strange but true Agama facts floating around out there. S-I-L. Also notice that Dan is starting to miss less often. We've gotten already 3 levels since the start of today, plus the Silver Hammer, which, even though it's only 6% accuracy increase, is like a 50% bonus over where he started out. So it's actually pretty substantial of an improvement over the course of one day. Agamas contain about 1 Agama worth of cholesterol, but not exactly. When did we beat Astos? We beat Astos at level 12. And now we're currently level 15, working on level 16. Strength, intelligence, and that's it. That is it. Maybe we did Astos at 13. It was either 12 or 13. Do Earth Cave tonight or the grind? I would like to do Vampire after this level up. I'm probably not gonna have time to do both Vampire and Lich tonight, but I think if we could get this level up done, we could probably hit the Vampire section of the Earth Cave, because you're gonna split them up into 2 pieces anyway. So it doesn't make a difference for like encounter table stuff or anything like that for when you go into that first part of it. How tough was the ordeals after Lich was down? It was not that bad for Black Mage. Civil. Not yet. I'm not gonna take a civil yet. The biggest thing for ordeals was figuring out where to enter in the encounter cycle, and I think that now that I got a good idea of my plan for it, it shouldn't be unreasonable. We have to do the zombie Ds with harm. We have to do, I think, 2 zombie fights with the way that the encounter setup is going to work, so it's a lot of spell cast that I need. But if we get a reasonable number of zombies showing up, then we should have enough harms left over for the zombie to get the end to be okay. And yeah, harm works in Lich, harm works in Vampire, harm works in the zombie. So you get a good stretch here with White Mage having some strength. Another civil level up. I'm gonna pass on these, and then when I actually want to get the civil, after we've given up on the Savile, then I know they're never gonna show up ever again. Not resistant to Zeus Gun. That's true. You could thunder it, but would you have enough ruses left over to be safe in that fight? That you're not going to get paralyzed? So I guess this is probably a reasonable strategy to do anyway. You got 2 zombies especially. Maybe even if you only have 1. Go for the ruses at the start, and then try and harm them. S-I-L. Passed on 2 civils. I'm giving it another 5 minutes until civil becomes acceptable. Let's see if I regret that decision or not. Probably I will. But there's a chance I won't. S-I-L. Giving right-hand side imps a chance again. I feel like the right-hand side imps really deserve a second chance. They will have lovely, lovely level up for me. I am 100% assured of that. With a full money-back guarantee if it does not come true. How has Dan been faring against the unholy beast? Well, I mean, he's Dan, so you shouldn't expect too much. S-A-I-L. Nope. We got sailed on. Certainly feels like we're getting more V's than A's. Wait, is that true? I think we had 3 civils and 2 sails. This is the weird one where we have like a bunch of guaranteed levels or letters on our level up. So it's not quite as usual to get large quantities. And it's throwing me this time for like, oh, these are really good level ups. No. You start with 3. So 4 is not a very good level up. S-I-L. 4 just means you got the 50% chance of having at least one other letter show up. Look at Katrankaski, you can't spell Vandal without Dan. I mean, Dan's not gonna help you with spelling anything because he's pretty much illiterate, but if he could, he would do that. S-A-I-L. 3 sails to 3 civils. See if we can spin us to a new part of the RNG table. Go ahead and give this a slight delay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, go. And we get S-I-V-L. 4 civils, 3 sails. And 2 more minutes until I take that civil. S-I-V-L. Minute and a half away. We've got 5 civils, 3 sails now. Which with those numbers, you would expect to have 2 savils. How many do we have? 0. We have 0 savils so far. Interesting, I don't think we had a miss on the final hit before in this formation, so this could be still a new part of the RNG table. S-I-L. Last fight before we give Civil a possibility. At this point, we may not be Savile, but we will be Civil if offered the opportunity. Even though again, according to math, which Dan has proven time and time again is wrong, we should have had multiple Saviles. And this one is S-I-V-L. Alright, we're done. We're done with that one. $93 heals. I guess we'll go ahead and stock up on those all the way. Get some more pure potions here. Maybe some more tents. Can't have too many tents. You're as intense as Dan. You need a lot of outdoor camping gear to travel around. Okay, there's Max. Let's go ahead and purchase a couple of these. Hey, the Raging Gorilla. Thanks for dropping by, and hope you have some pleasant dreams tonight. We are working on our solo White Mage challenge, about to go see if we can take out the vampire at level 16 here. I think we should still only have 3 harm 3s currently. Is that true? Yeah, 3 harm 3s. Could get our first fog 2. Not that I think that really helps. And Viz 2 is kind of useless because we've got the Ruse spell, which is better. Okay, on ice. On ice bad. Probably worse than the vampire fight, to be honest. Because of the case. Because of that. I mean, looking overall at Earth Cave here, you've got the wizards. Those are pretty uncomfortable. You've got Spectre Geist, which is going to be horrifically terrible. That's like 18 attacks per round. So you definitely don't want those. You don't even really want the images, which is 6 stun touch attacks per round, potentially. But there's a lot of good fights clustered here and there that you can get a reasonable amount of safety on. Things like the Groger fights, probably the werewolves by this point should be fine. And almost everything on the first 2 floors is decent. Seasick from the MSX version of the game, it's different because of the screen scroll issues. NES has specific hardware to do screen scroll support, which is kind of unique for computers and systems of this era. And the MSX does not have that. Alright, so for Earth Cave, where did I go in the first time I did this? Well, going across... I'm willing to take an image fight. I can probably do it here. Somebody need to do Northwest Castle pickups be slightly faster if I had the canoe to go in the side, but it's just a question of when do I want that power staff? And the answer is probably not really required, to be honest. Like, you're not going to be using a lot of physical attacks from this point out, other than maybe the Mazbune on Tiamat 2 and Chaos. Like, we're right at the brink of having the crossover from going from just harm spells to having our very first attack item, the Zeus Gauntlet, once we get to our deals. So just skip everything here. I might be too early if I do this. Alright, there's the gargoyle fight next. So we're 3 battles in. I shouldn't be early. We got Arachnid still to go on this floor, and we've got a decent sized walk there. And I got plenty of bats to keep me company. Alright, that's actually probably concerning that I'm going to get an extra image fight here now. It's like 10 more steps than I really wanted to do. There's no cockatrices coming up for a while. I feel like the mummies, even though they are kind of a pain with the sleep touch, are still better than the image battles and the wizard battles, and definitely better than the Spectregeist battles. Hey, the Platinum Trainer, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here as we work on our solo White Mage challenge. Current objective, take out the vampire. Alright, so Mummy, Image, Wizard, Image coming up. There's the Mummy battle, and it's the first strike, so that's fine. But a lot of paralyzing monsters here. And so this is a pretty scary stretch right now. Wizards are the same as in Marsh Cave. We get a reasonable set of wizards. They're mostly about whether we get 2, 3, or 4 showing up. Here we go. Vampire time. Ruse versus the dodges versus the harm 3. I'm going to go with the ruses. Because we get lucky with the first round ruse off there. Oh, wait, Dan immediately paralyzed. Immediately paralyzed. Good job, Dan. Well, that didn't go well. Try again. So we're probably not going to one-shot him. Black Mage was able to one-shot him with Fire 3. And so he had a really good chance of getting through there without the vampire doing anything. Dan probably needs 2 rounds. Which means I almost certainly should just go harm 3 off the bat. Hope that he punches and doesn't stun touch, or he dazzles and the dazzle does not connect. And then that we outspeed him the second round so that we don't have to do a second bit of luck there. Range on harm 3 should be 60 to 240. This means you can one-shot him. But you don't have a super high chance of the criticals because he's not actually weak to harm. Undead monsters are weak to fire, which means that they have an elevated chance of getting hit by criticals for them, in addition to a 50% damage bonus. But harm, even though it's got a higher base damage, to make up for the fact that you don't get the 50% bonus, does not have the magic defense critical hit property on it. So it is going to be competing against his regular magic defense, which is quite good, since Vampire is technically a very late game monster. And as a result, you have not the greatest odds of having it land. Getting really good luck on the mummy fights. Our other alternative here is to get a couple more levels. Magic defense is really slow growth, though, on the White Mage. So you're probably not going to be able to get to the point where you can totally dodge his dazzles. And look at that. Dan immediately paralyzed again. Has yet to get a turn in. If it's not a 2-round, then I'm not sure Dan has any chance of surviving it. He pretty much has to get a double harm 3. He hasn't gotten any damage off, how about that? Give Vampire a couple tries here. I know what my walking path that I want is. I know that level ups are not going to make a huge difference here. You get 2 more level ups, about 30 hit points. Be like 35. You get 4% better magic defense, which is very small. And really no better chance of running, no better chance of dodging for any practical purpose. And no better chance of first strike. Hey there, Fred, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here so far as we work on our solo White Mage challenge. Currently trying to get the vampire, who is being very obstinate about applying the paralysis. It's amazing that we just didn't have this problem with the other character class. Like, I remember all the other ones being pretty much first try on vampire. And for fighter, black belt, red mage, that was pretty easy because they could get pretty leveled up before going here. Like, those classes, they don't care about their stat growth. Could just get to like level 20 and have a lot better options. Much better defense, but also like more or less the ability to one-shot them. Fighter with silver sword, black belt with fists, red mage with fire 3, black mage with fire 3. This is the first time that we haven't had really any chance of a one-shot. Not sure if fighter could one-shot, but it was probably close. You'd think this would be Dan's time to shine, but this is Dan we're talking about. Let's be realistic here. I guess we get A fire, and then be immune to the vampire's touch attack, because of weird ways of how touch attacks work in this game. But it still requires getting a turn off, and Dan does get a turn off, which is 152. It was not enough, but close. And then paralyzed. And then he got paralyzed. Nope. So we got a little bit worse than a 50% chance of getting a first attack off. Like 49% chance because of the way that the RNG for the shuffling of turn orders is not quite fair. Might be like 48s. Just slightly against you. To get a good enough roll, basically have to get a critical. And so I'm not sure if the difficult thing is the critical or the range within the critical. Critical is going to be 120 to 240. We got a very low-end critical, which is unfortunate. There's a lot of room in that critical range possibility to get a one-shot there, if you get the crit to land. But I think getting the crit itself is the first challenging obstacle. But we'll be persistent. We'll give this a couple more tries. Believing in the power of Dan. persuade somebody to let him through. Problem is, like, on the way out, you've got all these image fights and a wizard fight, so I'm worried that if it's a super big struggle to kill a vampire, that the walk back is going to be such a big risk of losing it that you're just not going to get a lot of opportunities to try the walk. This is the same problem we had at Marsh Cave, where I decided that even though we got the crown, like we could beat the wizards, the walk back was too dangerous to try at that time, and so we got more levels. Which again is something we could do, but very, very slow improvements. Hey there, Axiom. Why is Dan the last one standing? Because he has sacrificed everybody else to evil, evil gods, which he kinda regrets. Don't get me wrong. But he doesn't know how to fix it. Here we go. Vampire, will you be harmed? For enough damage. No, not even close. Not even close. Alright, Dan, you need to get another one in there. Could this be it? Could this be it? Oh yeah, there we go. Totally ready for Wormack. Give me a Bane Sword and we're there. We are a Bane Sword away from Wormack as we speak. Here comes the fun ones. Yep, now time to walk out. Walking in was the easy part. Walking out's the hard way. At least we only got 2 wizards. Oh, so much damage. So much wizard damage. I'm gonna triple ruse here for safety. I think there's still a small chance at 2 ruses that you get hit. Our agility is, you know, going up like 1 point every level, sometimes every 2 levels. So it's not exactly getting much better in a hurry. 7. Still 7. This feels so like Marsh Cave right now. Between the clenching, the wizards, and the misses. Which Dan has got like 7% better accuracy than we did Marsh Cave. I don't know what's happening. Alright, 26. Rakashi, welcome back. And thank you very much for resubscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show and hope you enjoy many more of these adventures in the future as well. Also, King to Shane, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams. Should be at 45, 63. $71. Clenching is basically the thief. The thief has like another 50 hours of leveling, and then you can clench. Do not prematurely clench for the thief, or you will be wearing out your clenching muscles long before you need them. We're just gonna let Dan think about things for a little bit here. Clearly, holding the A button down is not helping him understand how to hit a wizard on the head with a hammer. Dan. 8 consecutive misses now. There we go. Top wizards down. Wizards casters too. Yeah, they were definitely having this weird pattern where the first couple of hits was like pretty easy, and then suddenly you would get misses forever. And it happened multiple times in a row. Like, I'm just assuming that Dan's hammering arms got tired, and he can't hold the hammer up anymore. We're pretty close on this one. By pretty close, I mean Dan does need to get another hit in. Alright, Wizard's done. Unfortunately, still got tough stuff left. Images on the rest of the way to go. So please, Dan, get those runs in fast. Not a good start. Okay. One image fight done. Last image fight here. Made it. Think we made it. From here on out, there's very few things that should kill Dan in one battle. Might as well grab the coral sword. Another couple $1,000 for our emergency beer fund. The stuff in there is not worth it. You probably grab it in a regular speedrun pretty reliably since it is a couple $100. We got better ways of raising that cash. Coral Sword's like an additional Zomble fight at this point, so actually somewhat decent still. By the end of the game, though, we will have so much ridiculous amounts of money that it'll be incomprehensible about what we'd ever even do with it. Ah, the Daggett, welcome in. Thank you very much for that raid there. Hope those of you joining us from the Daggett's channel had a wonderful and lovely time over there. We got our Final Fantasy Solo White Mage Challenge going on right now. We just managed to escape with the Ruby. We're going to see if we can cash this in for a rod. We did it! It has in fact been done. The Ruby is in hand, and we're about to go and murder a very, very much deserving it Titan. How's the XP situation? Oh, we're pretty good. Let's see. We've got 8,000 the next level up. So you could probably do Lich on this same level. You'd have Lich plus I think another wizard fight, possibly 2 wizard fights on the way down. I'm trying to think about what the best strategy is for going down there without getting Spectre Geisted. I mean, Lich is going to be even worse for the setup for it. You got that Ice 2, Fire 2, Lit 2 cycle that he's on. He's got Stun Touch. He's got Sleep. There's just so many things about him that you're trying to outspeed. And I think my best strategy probably is going to be to harm 3 him, but I'm worried that if all you get is an average of 90 per round, it's a 5-round fight. It's a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. We don't actually have that many harm 3s right now. It's another consideration. Sleep was it's a way to waste his time, but it moves him forward in his spell cycle. We don't want him in his spell cycle. He's got hold, which is paralysis. It opens up with the ice 2, but then he's also got, after the hold and the sleep 2, fire 2 and let 2 coming. So he's got a lot of stuff in there that you would prefer not to see, but unfortunately his physical attack also don't really want to see that. Now, 25% chance you're probably not going to see a lot of physicals, but it's still out there as a consideration. And there we go. 1 rod obtained. And 1 Axiom as well. Thank you very much, Axiom, for subscribing there. Glad that you've been enjoying the show. Hope you enjoy the emotes and other benefits, which I think will arrive tomorrow night, because the bot did not see that. Clearly, taking a nap. Twitch having more disconnects than it used to is something I want to try and work on before Season 5 starts. It's tough doing a lot of network changes during the season because it's a really dangerous thing to have to test out on a live game. But in between the seasons, I can play around with it quite a bit. I have to figure out when to kind of schedule a lot of that work in there. Well, thank you again, Axiom. It is much appreciated there. There's that deadly tiger. Tiger, one of the first monsters you encounter that actually has an elevated critical hit rate. All the critical hits up to this point have been pretty much 1% odds. But Tiger's got a ridiculous rate on there. As does Saber-T. And probably not surprisingly, Phantom. Dan, you gonna get a turn? Nope. No turns for Dan. That's why I save a whole bunch on this walk. We got Undead as the big annoyance. Shadows are the annoyance during the speed run, but that is because they just waste your time. This playthrough, sitting through 5 shadow attacks is no big deal. Hey there, Westlake Math, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. I'm gonna restock on heals and stats before we go for it. But I feel like we got a lot of stuff accomplished there. Yeah, usually if you have a lot of buffering, you can try turning down the resolution and see if that helps solve the problem. Like I normally broadcast like 6 megabits for the stream, but you can turn that all the way down to like mobile phone quality if you need to. Although I will say, you miss out on all of the flashing in Gurga Volcano, which really is 95% of the fun of going through that place. And we're back. So we have returned for more heal potions. Get back up to 99 of these. Probably get some more tents as well. We are very intense in the tent situation in that neck of the woods. And I need to think about level strategies for Lich. So coming up is level 7, or is it 17? Yeah, 17 coming up, which is guaranteed AIV. It's a strong level up, so we need a strength point plus a good HP roll. That's actually harder than getting 2 stat ups. Like, if I took the second best HP, it wouldn't be that bad of a deal. So you can maybe say it's a 1 in 3 times a 1 in 4. It's a little bit better than 2 1 in 4s. So that's one path we could go down. Other path is to start giving Lich some opportunities to pummel us in the face. Which I do enjoy my face, so I'm not sure if I'm big on that route through there. Should be good. Let's check in on our item counts. 99 heals, 24 pures, 37 cabins. Should be good for a while. I think that is pretty reasonable end. I am feeling like a trip over to Peninsula Power is in order. Let's at least knock this next level out. And see how that looks. Make a call from there. Dan is ineffective. I knew it. I always had a suspicion about him. And now it has been confirmed. Try again. We got geisted. Geist is not our pals. Especially Spectre Geist when those show up, and then especially when we get to Ice Cave. Ice Cave is where you have basically the pinnacle of stun touch encounters. You got that trap tile, which can have up to 9 paralyzing monsters on it that you have to do twice to complete the dungeon. And you've got no way to resist paralysis at that point other than casting a fire, which you might as well just use the turn to run. So really no good options when it comes to that. On the plus side, if we're there, that means we are past Lich and past Ordeals, which are our current big things to worry about here. I actually think Ordeals is not going to be too bad. I'm more worried about Lich than I'm about Ordeals currently. And I'm less worried about Dragon Zero resubscribing. Thank you very much, Dragon Zero. Hope you're having a wonderful day today, and I'm glad that you've been enjoying the show. $8,200 XP, which is not quite enough to do 8 Zombles. Let's try triple Zombul Troll, which is actually good for us. We can do a quad Zombul after this. Probably deserves the double harm 3. Harm 3 and double harm 2 if I have the quad Zombul. Don't have to worry about the troll cleanup afterwards. Okay, 64 in the bottom left-hand corner. That's the worst Zombul by far. I just went for the harm 2. Do the harm 3 next. Probably need 2 harm 3s on harm 2 anyway. 40! That's also the worst possible harm 2. So bottom left Zombul is going to be like nowhere close to being done. But the top 2 might go down here with decent rolls, and Dan's dead. Dan is dead. Try again. To be fair, Dan did deserve that. Oh yes, there we go. Quad Zombul, even better. At least one of these. So I can't take 8 Zombles. It's a little bit awkward for setting this up. Alright, so a bad roll in upper left and upper right. Mediocre roll in bottom right. So I'm expecting nobody to die here. Unless bottom left gets a lucky one. Let's see what we roll. 80, still pretty bad. 68, really bad. 73, really bad. 190 there, we got a good one. We got one good one. It's gonna make me nervous now. Switch to the harm 2s next. Alright, top right is definitely close. Top left, I think, is going to be close enough as well. Let's see what happens. 45, and got him. Alright, there's our quad Zomble fight. 4,200 experience. Just more than halfway to our level up now. We can only get 4,011 from this point on. Let's see what we can do. 3 Zombles and a Troll. Does that put us over? 4 Zombles definitely does. So I have to pass on that. Hey there, Lavcan, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and ready to enjoy some of our solo White Mage. Also probably some Dragon Quest IV in a little bit. We've done 4.5 hours of Final Fantasy so far, so we're getting close to the Dragon Quest IV time. Ooh, nice. Triple Zomble's perfect. That's right, just say no to Geist. If somebody offers you Geist, make sure that you tell an adult. Ooh, 236, nice roll there. 70 and 94, so both of those are pretty far off. Last one to go. Still have a harm 2 left over. We get into a Geist fight on the way back. Just trying to think about what my options are for doing battles. 2 ruses for an ogre battle. Nice. The harm 1 did more damage than the harm 2. Almost more damage than the harm 3 did. Okay, so we need to get 861 from this point. If there are no solo trolls, solo giant would be too much. Arachnid's too little. 861 is probably best for regular ogres. It's only 4. So we can do a quick ogre loop through the Paroka area. We're gonna try to Fear Cast. We're gonna try to Bane Sword Cast, more likely. Might as well go and do this one. Then we'd have 3 ogres to go. Triple ogre time remains. It's so nice seeing this damage. Remember the days of ogres taking like 2 minutes to kill. Now it's faster than impact, which could be an interesting observation. There are single monsters that show up frequently. Could be faster than doing the 3 to 5 imps outside of Canaria. Just by a little bit, though. Okay, we don't care about Kaizoku's yet. Possibly don't care about Geist. Let's see if we get him. Geists are kind of weird here because of their variable nature. The ogre's a lot more predictable about what I'd get for it. Okay, quad Geist. And we don't get it. Doesn't matter. There's the other Kaizoku fight. this one we don't care about at all. And now let's confirm we need three ogres? Yeah. 3 ogres away. So ideally a double and a single here. There is a single. Worst case is like single, because then you have 50-50 for the single for the last one versus a double. So either way, you're going to be taking a gamble on the third and final one. This might mean that you have to do some more Kaizokus on the way over to Canaria. Yeah, the location of all the encounters are based on the number of steps you take and what zones you walk in, so if you know exactly where you're walking, then you can predict where they occur, but you can't necessarily do anything about that. Like, there is only so much you can move stuff around, so it's not like you can just get no encounters or get only easy encounters. There are a lot of places where it's a long enough trip that you have to get something awful, or sometimes several awful things. Alright, double ogre, don't want that. Too much XP. Question is, where are we at this point? 276. Interesting. Because the shark's 267. Shark plus Arsag, though, is too much. Take 4 Kaizokus. Alright, 1 Kaizoku, not as much. Which means Shark no longer an easy fix. I'll have to come back for more Kaizokus after saving up here. So what is my exact Kaizoku number? Is it 3? Yeah, we need 3 Kaizokus. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 Kaizokus might make an appearance. Take 2. Means we're like 75 away. It's probably best done with the imps. Oh, Kaizoku ran away, never mind. We get 1 Kaizoku here. That is not as good. It also means that I can't take my time perusing on these things because they'll just run away before I get to kill them. It's an interesting problem. We have been seeing the imps start to run since, I think, level 14 was the first time they ran. Either at level 14 or trying to get level 14 is the first time we saw that. So that means I need 2 Kaizoku? Yeah. I'll take a 1 or a 2. And if it's like 3, I might try to provoke 1 to run. I guess we'll still go for it. If I can't make them run, I'll run away. Dan is not afraid to be cowardly. Alright, there's 1 gone. I need 1 more to run. We know they definitely will escape at a reasonably high rate because we've seen them a couple times. There we go. Got them. Now we are away by 36, which is exactly 6 imps. Let's try and get a 5-pack here. A 4-pack would be acceptable. But now that they ran, we only have a 3-pack. Going to do a similar type of setup there where we try and get our Imp XP dialed in here. So 3 down. 2 to go. I bet we can convince some of these imps to depart early. There's one. I'm gonna have to do this anyway, Thalfin. The problem is you have increasingly the imps running away. So once they get to the point where a 3-pack is not really safe, gotta get closer in there to avoid the chances of a 3-pack not doing well. And yeah, you could go in and save if you ever have that happen. But we started this with needing a 4, so it was an even worse situation. So Dan will show him his beautiful silver hammer here. So these were shrimps. The question is, do they have shoulder spikes? And how many shoes do they have? Also, how many hands? There's a claim that they have 1 shoe, 3 hands, and 2 shoulder spikes, but I'm pretty sure that none of those things are correct. Come on, Imp. You know you want to leave. Look at Dan's intimidating silver hammer. Look at it. Are you not looking? He's not looking. Nothing happened. I can't believe he's not even glancing in this direction. Give him 2 more tries. 2 more tries after this round. Behold. Bowling did not work. 1 more try. I'll at least cash in what I got, which is now still back at 3 imps. So if none of them run away, 3 imps is fine. If a 3-imp pack runs away, then we will get at least another opportunity to save the game there. So let's get the ground rules of this level planned out. We're going for level 17, which is guaranteed AIV plus a strong level up. We are currently at 257 health, so strong level probably takes us around 288 or so. Maybe 287. And let's see what happens. We have the guaranteed V, so we got the harder part of that, but this is probably one where I do want the strength point plus a pretty good roll up in that HP total. I don't know how much I would trade HP for luck. Probably not very much, so a Savile is not a super strong one here. This is 287 AIVL. So we're definitely not taking that. Do a date for Season 5, no specific date yet. You'll get a 1-week heads up when Season 5 is basically ready to go. I would like to do it at the end of the year, but we have a couple other things happening in December. In particular, we've got some virtual Hideline holiday specials to do. And so I don't know how much that's going to interfere with it. And AGDQ is like the first week of January, so if it doesn't happen before like Christmas, then probably just move it after AGDQ is the best way to go. 286 AIV. Alright, 287 currently our leader for HP ups. It's either 287 or 288. Maybe a very small chance of 289. AGDQ is only like 5 weeks away. So there is not a huge amount of time before there. .288 AIVR. 288 is possible. Confirmed. How many frames does Virtual Highlight have? At least 3. Possibly as many as 6. I think we'll probably do is have some type of holiday special for it where do a couple of randomized playthroughs, not knowing where I'm going or why I'm doing it. Just pretty much how everyone plays Virtual Highlight. And this one is 284 SAIVL. Do I get 4 hit points to be done and also get a luck point? I'm gonna push it. Not taking 284 Savile. Let it be known that a Savile was offered and I declined. Looking for something better. Probably gonna end up like a 284 Savvy and feel terrible about that. How significant is luck? So, very small contribution, every single luck point to improving whether you get a first strike, neutral, or ambush start. So it does make a difference. It's very small, it's very cumulative, so very, very hard to measure whether any particular situation was helped by it or not. But then again, how often are you down to 1 hit point? Does 1 hit point really make a difference? Alright, here's the deal. We're going to 1430. If I don't get a good enough level up by then, we'll switch to Dragon Quest IV. Or we'll switch to Dragon Quest IV as soon as I get the level up. So we'll see how this level goes. And that'll be a setup for our Final Fantasy IV tomorrow. But there will be Dragon Quest IV tonight. There will be Dragon Quest. 27 and Apple. If you missed our last chunk of Dragon Quest IV casual DS playthrough, it was through the lighthouse as of our last stream. Tonight we get to do the Pataquah Cave, and then a big question of what to do for the boss fights, because I'll have Keelian 2 and Balzac 2 coming up pretty soon. There's Magic Key and a couple other things first, but I feel like they probably would have changed how the Sword of Lethargy works, since that probably isn't a great cheese strategy anymore. But I'm curious to see what people do to replace it. I think they grind a bit on metals. Say IVL 286. Okay. 286 is only 2 HP off instead of 4. So when we take a 286 Savile, play some Dragon Quest. Let's play some Dragon Quest. I am taking the level up. We are calling it good for now. We have level 17. And we'll pause there. 14 hours, 17 minutes and 57 seconds into our White Mage playthrough. That was pretty good. So tonight